Awesome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And Happy New Year to everybody. We are starting a little bit early. That's because I need to end a little bit early today, but that's okay. I looked at what we're going to cover today. We're going to look at Kenneth Maines. And for anyone that doesn't know who Kenneth Maines is, what I'm going to do here is kind of pull this up so that everybody can see it here. Kenneth Maines. Now, here we go. For me, it is always about the truth, no matter where that truth leads me. So that's Kenneth Maines, private investigator. Kenneth Maines was hired by Dan Hennon to give consultation about the allegations against David Crowley. On March 30th, 2019, Kenneth Maines sent Dan his full report. The full report was then given to Dan Hennon on May 30th, 2019. Very important to note there. Now, maybe some of you, like me, have never heard of Kenneth Maines until this report came out. And it's very important to also note that when Dan Hennon hired Kenneth Maines, Dan Hennon didn't tell anybody who the investigator was, nor did we really want to know because, that would just, we didn't want it to be biased or anything like that. So that's why it wasn't a big deal to me, at least, and I think to a lot of people that who was Dan hiring, and it also wasn't the only person that we had planned on hiring to look into this case too. It's just Dan Hennon took it upon himself to do it and got it done, right? And it was just like, well, whatever this guy says, that's what this guy says. It's not going to change. It's not going to change anybody's view, but it would be nice to see what a private investigator would say about this case here. And like I said, I did not know who Kenneth Maines was. I still really don't. But of course, I didn't know who Cyril Witch was, and I guess it was a person involved with the John F. Kennedy, the autopsy or whatever. But so I had no idea who any of these people were. So I just want to make that clear because some of the things that Kenneth Maines says, I did watch about the first 30 seconds of the video that we have Sophia here. And Sophia, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, it sounds good. Your mic sounds really good here.
Okay. It's all new.
Me too. I
I
got
broke my
new
last
headphones.
one.
I got a new microphone here. I have the mic kind of pulled down, so I don't know if
Hmm.
that makes any difference. So if I, and I do speak low just because that's how I speak. So if you feel like I'm coming in a little low, or if anyone watching this feels like my audio is low, I can just raise this microphone. I was just trying to keep the microphone out of the camera view is the only thing. So we'll
Yeah.
see how
Okay.
well that goes. But I can always move it up. No biggie. Not a big deal. But what I was reading here, and thank you. I know I said 12:30, and it just so happened I wanted to start early. I needed to start early because I don't think we're going to get through this whole 1 hour video of Kenneth Maines. This looks like this was a re-uploaded video of Kenneth Maines too. So this may have been something that Kenneth Maines posted years in the past. I'm not really sure.
No, he posted, I think, like 5 or 6 days ago, and then he went back and edited it so that it wasn't an 18. Sorry, my cats are like wanting to insist on being in front of the screen. Uh, okay, so he posted about 5 or 6 days ago the original video.
Okay.
And then he reposted stating that this was so that the 18 and over crowd, uh, there was like a warning label on it on the first
Okay.
one. So he reposted and I guess changed something so he could get more views.
Nice. Okay.
Hmm.
Nice to make money and views off of the case. There we go.
Oh, have you looked at the hashtags he used
The Idaho
for the
4.
video?
I saw
Yeah,
the Idaho
that's
4. Yeah.
yeah, and Unsolved No More and Idaho 4 and all that stuff. It's like, okay, so you're getting all these views for them,
Hmm.
basically. That's how he's getting his crowd to
Interesting.
view this video.
Nice
So,
guy. Let me finish reading some of this here. I was just going to read this that I had written a while ago that will be going into the compilation book. Parts of this, pieces of this here. Um, it's like I was saying, Kenneth Maines was hired by Dan Hinnon, and I think it was sometime in 2018. It may have been early 2019. I'm not exactly sure when, but Dan Hinnon received the full report on May 30th, 2019. And I noticed one of the first things that Kenneth Main says in that video is, I'm going to show you the full report, as if it's not already been out there. I mean, anyone who has read the full report knows how laughable this is, where Kenneth Mains couldn't even get the name Gray State right. Couldn't even get that right. That's a whole nother issue. So he says, I want to stress, Maines explained to Dan in the report, that the conclusion of which I came up with are my opinion. I looked at the documents as an unbiased observer of facts in order to come up with the conclusion. It's very important to note what documents Kenneth Maines actually looked at that time, as far as what he even had, what we had access to. But even then, it was just like, wow, you're really just going to say, um, David is pretty much guilty, and that's it. Based on the 94 pages of police reports, probably based on the 464 photos, another 711 photos. So it's unclear of how much research that Kenneth Maines really went into. It's very clear that he did watch Eric Nelson's hit piece on David Crowley. That's very clear.
Oh yeah.
And that's what I usually find fascinating with a lot of people who want to believe David Crowley is guilty. And like you said, this is just his view, right? That's pretty much all that this is. I don't know if that's exactly what Dan Hinnon was asking for, but that's what he got. So Kenneth Maines had one investigative task. It was to, quote, give my professional opinion as to the cause, manner of death, and any additional factors that may have led to the deaths. I'm looking at this case with an unbiased view, Maines wrote in his report, as I do all my cases. My first association with the case came via the police reports and crime scene pictures I received after being retained by the client. That's what he had. Maines added, if he were the lead investigator, he would want to know as much as possible about David and Kamel's quote unquote upbringing, religion, schooling, education, family, mannerisms, hobbies, propensities, etc. As a consultant, I am and can only be concerned with the information provided to me. In this case, we have 3 victims. Now, that's pretty important to kind of note that he does say that there are 3 victims here.
Hmm.
I don't know. That always stood out to
Sorry.
me. 3
There's
victims.
well, there were 3 victims.
But he's still going to come to the same conclusion that the police did a great job, thorough investigation, and they got it right. Case closed. Case, what is it? Unsolved? No more. No more unsolved mystery here. Right? It's done. Give me your $6,000, and I'll solve the case for you. My name is Kenneth Maines. That's pretty much what happened here. And did not he was just lazy. The investigation, whatever he wants to call it, was just pure laziness. um, and I think that's relevant for anyone who has actually read his 29-page report, 30-page report. And if you want to see the Kenneth Mains's report to Dan Hinnon, it is out there. People can look at it, and you can decide for yourself whatever your view is on it. Nothing wrong with that. Have your own view. What else does he say here? Now, when I first read this last sentence, I wondered who was the third victim. Was Maines referring to Paleo? Paleo? That would make the most sense. Surely he was not implying that David was a victim too, right? It is my opinion, Kenneth Maines concluded, that the police are correct in their final conclusion of murder-suicide committed by David Crowley. If a cover up by the police is something that individuals want to point their finger at, I will say this unequivocally did not happen. A conspiracy by that many sworn police officers with nothing to gain is preposterous and did not happen. Now, this is a guy who should have been well versed in John F. Kennedy, a known conspiracy where there were many people that did conspire. But again, that was not his task. That was not something that was put out there. It was not, how is he going to prove that there wasn't a conspiracy unequivocally? Why even go there, right? It's just to kind of throw shade at people who are looking for that so that they can then roll their eyes and then not pay attention to the facts of this case. So what he said right there does not has nothing to do with what he was hired for, and really has nothing to do with anything here, right? I mean, if the a cover up by the police, if that's something people, who cares if it's something people want to point their finger at? People will always point their finger at that. That's not what we're talking about. And again, it goes
Cover
back.
ups, cover
Go.
ups happen. It happened in Louisiana in some very high, uh, oh gosh, I can't think of a stupid word, uh, where there was a bunch of murders going on in Louisiana, and it went all the way up to the state senator, or it was the senator for that state, not the state senator. Excuse me. Look at the Kylie Rodney case. That one right there is a clear cover up. And now the FBI is in this, and they are going to go after the county,
Oh,
Nevada
really?
and Placer. Oh, yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, cover ups happen. They happen all the time, unfortunately. You have good cops and you have bad cops, and you have politics involved. And, you know, so to say that cover ups don't happen is the most naive and stupid thing I've ever heard.
And
But
again, because he, should know about John F. Kennedy and everything, and how many people would have had to have been involved in that. At least keep an open mind to it. But I don't think that's what Dan Hinnon is saying. I think if you go out into the weeds, you're going to find a lot of things like that where people are talking about who killed David, the conspiracy, the government did it, the shadow government, all of that stuff. But again, it goes back to what he was hired for. He was
mhm,
hired to give his professional opinion as to the cause and manner of death, and any additional factors that may have led to the deaths. So here he's doing the complete opposite. It's almost like the same thing that we always hear. They can't find the cause of death. They can't find the evidence that David did it. So then they start throwing shade, and they start focusing on, well, this is what didn't happen. The government didn't kill David. Well, nobody's asking that. What we're
yeah,
asking
and
for is what proves David did this. And this 20-page report, 27, 28, 29-page report does not explain why David did this, and does not give you factual evidence that David Crowley did this. It gives you, quote unquote, his opinion, and that's fine. But we all got that. I'm sorry, go ahead.
no, I'm just moving my cat again.
The cat really wants to get in the shot. I say give him
Oh
his
my
give him give
gosh.
give the cat their 5 minutes of fame.
She
Come on.
just wants to lay in front of my device, and she's being
And mess
annoying.
everything up.
This happens anytime I'm either online or if I'm watching
Mm.
something. Is she's like right there in front of it. I cannot see the screen, nothing. So, uh, we go back to the letters that we received from the attorney, the county attorney in this case. And, if Kenneth Maines has his own opinions, he's more than welcome to read these letters that we've received in regards to the other group creating fake documents and trying to manipulate the evidence in regards to this case and why they would even go to those extremes. And the fact that the second letter is now hinting that we or that they're looking into this case again and that there is evidence of foul play, which I am assuming is in the phone and text messages and emails, because that is exactly what we were supposed to receive and we didn't. And that's what they're holding on to and they're not giving out now because, for what it looks like, they're reopening the case. And this was a year ago, so back in November 2021.
Have you
Okay,
watched the Kenneth Main's video? And if you have, please don't
no,
spoil it. Or okay, yeah, I
no.
watched. Like I said, I watched about the first 30 seconds, and he
And
had
it was
already
enough.
gotten something wrong in in that first. So okay, this is gonna
Well, and that's what happens when you depend on the documentary for your facts.
right.
They even hired an actress for one of Kamel's friends to do uh, a bit in the documentary. That person doesn't exist. She's not even in the records. But when you try to find her, you can't find her online, at least. I don't know. Anyway, I have a lot of strong feelings in regards to that and people who just depend on the documentary to give them the facts.
Sure. And I don't think many people will ever say that. Yeah, there actually, you know what? There are. I have have been
Yeah,
contacted by a
yeah,
few people.
there
It's like
are.
that's all that I've seen. And then when they start looking into it, then sometimes their view changes. I think a lot of the times they're just a lot of people just want to look at different cases and just kind of come to a conclusion and then go on to the next case, which is fine. I mean, we don't just look at the David Crowley case. We look at many cases. I haven't moved on from from John F. Kennedy. I haven't
Hmm.
moved on from 911. I haven't moved on from voter fraud 2020. There's a lot of things that I have not moved on for that. Phil Marshall. There's a lot of cases that I have not quote unquote moved on to and have not felt that I've solved these cases. But I do enjoy looking into them. And this is one of the more fascinating cases because there's so much to it, right? I mean, if there wasn't
Hmm.
anything more to talk about with this case, I probably wouldn't be talking about it. And even like I haven't even gotten the podcast out, or I was supposed to get that out yesterday, so I have not even released that the this month's podcast here. So I'm just kind of behind on a lot of different things, trying to keep up on some of these cases. um, and there's only so many hours, so I get it. Some people, they just don't have the time, they don't want to spend that much time on it, or they really believe that, yeah, I pretty much have this case solved, which is fine. I'm not there. I've written a book on it. I've spent 8 years, spent 2 years in the podcast, and I still am keeping an open mind on this case and have not developed a solid theory, a solid opinion about what happened and what didn't happen. I don't really agree that the police were involved in a conspiracy. I also don't
Hmm.
think that you would need that many cops to be involved in it. You only need the one at the very top. That's really it.
Yeah. And, I don't have the actual reason for why they did this, but it's there. I know that it happened. I mean, whether or not they closed this case out and said, okay, it's exceptionally cleared so that they could move on and the community could feel safe,
Hmm.
or they said it was exceptionally cleared, but they've always been looking deeper into this case. I don't know. I mean,
That's interesting. That's best case scenario, I would think.
yeah, and I really didn't have that feeling about it until I got the letters from the county attorney. And after that, that's when I started to realize, well, maybe they've always been looking into the case and they were trying to make whoever did this or the whoever's did this uh, feel secure,
Could that be
making
why
them,
there's still trolls that keep rolling on?
oh yeah, I'm fairly certain. I mean, why bother? If David was really guilty, put the proof out there, and why bother harassing people? Why bother taking it to the extremes?
Why do you think the police never came out with the public, statement or anything like that when they did kind of solve the case or close the case? They never solved the case; they closed it, and it's really not even closed because exceptionally cleared is different than the case being closed. But why do you think that they never came out, did like a big press conference or a public thing, or even a written statement like what happened with Phil Marshall? They had a 30-page, 20-page document that laid out what they thought happened and laid out pretty much everything. That summary isn't, I mean, wouldn't that be standard? Why didn't the Apple Valley, do they have that summary and we just don't have it? Or did it just never, did nothing like that ever come out? Because the press releases they had five of them while the
Hmm.
case was ongoing. Why wouldn't they have one final one after the case was closed?
Was the Tom Lydon one supposed to be that?
Sounds like it.
Either
I
that,
mean,
or would you be proud of the work that they did? I mean,
no, no, I don't think they are. Even when you look at it, when you look at their that whole interview with Tom Lydon, I mean, they just do not look comfortable.
hmm,
They do not. They look like they are like someone has coached them on what
yeah.
to say and better yet what not to say. And that's pretty interesting. So I'm actually, now that you brought that up, the Tom Lydon, I'm actually glad that we got the video. I actually prefer the video version than I would any written document. I like the written documents because then you can kind of take quotes from it and you can kind of break down everything that they're saying. With the Tom Lydon thing, there's probably a lot that Tom Lydon did not put in to that 20-minute news report because he it's a segment, so he's only given so much time. You could
Hmm.
tell it's edited, spliced, et cetera, which it should be for that purpose. But I'd love to see the full interview without any edits or anything like that. And that may end up coming up. That may be part of a future court case. Something like that would definitely make would make it in because you have these police claiming this thing, which is pretty much just slandering David Crowley, and then it'd be interesting to know all the stuff that they did not put in to Tom Lydon's thing here. Um, and Kenneth Maines is choosing his words very, very carefully too. And that's interesting to me. They choose their words very, very carefully. They're not, I don't know, they just don't seem that open. But anyone who has read the Kenneth Mains's full report, there is a lot of interesting things in there. A lot of things that you're just like, wow, did you even, like, how much did you really look into this? This is one of the things he says here. It is obvious to me, Maines continued, that David Crowley was diving into a downward spiral of madness. It's obvious to him. I mean, that's a big, big statement right there. A downward spiral of madness. And where have we heard that before?
That would be the crappy article.
Yep. And so he says whether this was from pressure of having to create the gray space movie or because, and he uses gray space and it's in quotations. So he's rewriting David's title right here as we go along. Um, so whether this was from the pressure of having to create the gray space movie or because of his never-ending quest for exploring his beliefs and passions. That's not a proper sentence. Catherine would grill him on that sentence probably right there. I am not a psychologist or psychiatrist and will not venture out of my expertise to try and explain why he did this. That question may never be answered. So he's not going to explain why he did this because that would be out of his expertise. But he still says that it's obvious to him, and he's going to accuse David, like other people have done, of diving into a downward spiral of madness. Kind of seems like he's trying to have it both ways. What do you think?
Yes. Can you let Catherine in? Thank you. Hey.
Sorry, you
Since you
guys. I'm
asked
sorry I'm
nicely,
late.
it's okay. Actually, you're early. You're 7 minutes early, so you know
Yeah, but I'm late for you guys. I'm
it's
sorry. I
okay.
was I was working on a jigsaw puzzle and I was playing music and singing and goofing around. Like, okay, I'll get ready. And then I saw Sophia's email and like, oh, man, sorry, everybody.
No
I was
problem.
playing.
No problem.
Did you
I was
see
just
my other email?
No.
Look at the hashtags. Go look at the email that I
Oh,
sent you.
okay.
The
Hashtag.
hashtags he used for his videos. Yeah.
Let's see.
we're gonna get into that here. And, we're gonna
Oh.
start watching the video here.
Oh, I don't like him. Not at all.
Now, Maines also said that the investigation. He described the collection and documentation of evidence as, quote, extremely meticulous and documented very well, in my opinion. And that's on page 7 of the Maines report. So, extremely meticulous.
Was done so extremely well and meticulous that he didn't have any idea when I was asking him, like, well, what about the blood? Oh, I didn't see that.
Yeah,
Well, he
that's
probably didn't. He probably just got the first set of photos that didn't show any of the blood.
No, I'm talking about the reports. He said he read the reports, and the reports was referring to the blood. I'm being facetious here because he's trying to say
Okay.
how meticulous these reports were, and in his opinion, everything was great. But he didn't have a freaking clue what we were talking about when we were asking him questions about the reports.
right.
Hmm.
Yeah, and I have to check with Dan, but I think he only read the 94 pages. I don't think he read any of the two big 400-page the
Correct.
PDFs.
Yeah, correct.
Um, and I think Dan even sent those out to him later on, because there is one thing here where he does say, anyone that hires me, they can always come. They can come back and they can ask questions. They can do things like that. So it's pretty interesting that he puts out this video now and kind of opens that door for maybe us to come back and for at least Dan to come back, since that's his client, and to continue with the hiring of Kenneth Maines for $6,000. Now, I want to get into the video because it's pretty long. Let's see. I think let's just jump right in. That's pretty much it. But Kenneth Maines believes that the incident was not planned. He says this was an impulse. This was an impulse, not a planned murder. So I don't know. And we talks about the blood writing. This is done to either stage the scene to look like something it isn't, because it is the motive for the event, or it is for shock value. Now, if he had read the 94 pages of police reports, he would understand that there was no motive. So you have to start there, that the police say there is no motive. The other thing is that there is no proof that David Crowley wrote the blood writing. So these are things that he obviously didn't look into, did not really even go back and ask Dan, questions about this stuff. But any thoughts there before we jump into the video?
No, I'm
Oh, we're actually going to watch it?
because
Yeah.
it's gonna probably make me mad, so I'll mute myself.
Well,
Ugh.
it's an hour long video. I don't think we'll get to the whole thing, but let's see what we can get to here. Like I said, I watched 30 seconds of it, and there was already something that he got wrong. So
Well,
let's see
there's
how
so
far we
much he
can
got
go.
wrong. That's what I find so interesting. Hello, William. How are
Hey,
you?
William.
Hey, William.
You know,
He's
okay,
muted.
never mind. I'll zip it.
Hello.
Well, I'll
It's
save it
okay.
for the video.
All right, well, let's get into this then. Let's begin, and we will, let me see, start this. And if anyone wants me to stop at any time, just feel free to go ahead and
So,
ask
quick
yours.
question before you
Yeah.
start: this is Kenneth Main's video on this?
Yes.
Mhm.
Oh, I haven't seen this one yet. This is gonna be good.
Oh, there's two of them.
What?
I'm still trying to figure out why all of a sudden he comes out now with this video. I don't know
How
if
new is
that's
this?
explained. Apparently, from what Sophia was saying, it's 5 or 6 days, 5 or 6 days
Oh
ago.
man,
Yeah.
have you guys
And
gone
then
over the
he
report yet?
re-released it.
As I'm going to say, the report, it's, he brings up it's equivocal death. Just the investigation's equivocal death investigation, which he basically says, yeah, this is an opinion. It's not, this and the whole investigation is based on an opinion here, which is like, I didn't see that before. I just recently saw this. That's why I was wondering if you guys have touched on the report yet for this.
Yeah, this is the report from May of 2019.
Sorry.
He's got a new report.
Oh, no. I was
Okay.
talking to the cat. I thought I was
Okay,
mute.
that's okay. I was like, wait a minute, this guy's
I'm
diving
sorry.
back into it.
I
It's pretty interesting why he chose this time, and maybe he explains it in the video here of why it's a good time to get back into this. Why he wants to talk about it.
Hopefully.
I think
Yeah.
he's just trying to feel relevant like everybody else who's, voiced an opinion who doesn't have a freaking clue about the case. They're losing their time in the spotlight, so they're trying to come back. So let's use something like David Crowley.
Well, and that's
Right.
what's funny I found about his report too, is he just keeps stating it's just his opinion. That's all he keeps stating.
Mhm.
And he kind of alludes. I've got a few different highlighted points on the document that it's just he alludes to basically nothing's going to come from his little investigation of this. It's not going to reopen a case. He's not, basically this is going to do nothing. It's basically Dan paid $7,000 or whatever just to get his opinion. It's like, wow, okay.
Well, yeah, and an opinion based on someone who didn't even, admittedly, he states he didn't read all the reports, but
Right.
yet he's going to say, oh, I agree with this. Like, I'll be nice.
Well, it's the whole thing. We've all gone over it 100 times before. When it comes down to it, it's like, it's easy. The big thing we need to look at this when it comes to this case is we have to treat this just like any other investigation when it comes to the United States. It doesn't make a difference. You're looking at common law, you're looking at case law. It's still, you're innocent until proven guilty. And everybody that sees this tends to go and believe, well, police already say he's guilty, so he's guilty. It's like, that's not how our system works. And that's so different with David Crowley here. And that's the thing. That's why it's not on us to prove his guilt. It's just, that's on the investigators to do it. And there is no ounce in this investigation that shows that David did this. Literally an impossibility. The only one who would have any kind of, why didn't we look at Rania? But it's like, she didn't do it either. Neither of them, neither of the three did it. It's very obvious, very, very apparent. But it's the fact that this guy goes into the report saying they did a good job at documenting everything. Yeah. They did such a great job. I'm sitting here like, what? But I've looked at your awards, dude. There's that fraternal order of the police, Freemason type connection here. No, I can't trust you, dude.
And it doesn't matter how many people we get, and it doesn't matter their backgrounds and their expertise. Look at Steven Sanzeri, who actually has read some of these reports. And what has Steven said? Steven right off the bat says, this is messed up. The guy didn't do it. And here's why, X, Y, Z as to why. And then you get people like Ken Maines who say, oh yeah, this is such a great report. And yes, he's guilty. Okay, explain to us why. Help us understand why.
Right.
Oh, well, I didn't read that in the reports.
Yeah.
Yeah. No,
or how about the PI that was in Arkansas? I can't remember his name off the top of my head because it's been a few years, but he literally told Dan and Greg back then that he was willing to look at this case and investigate it. All they had to do was, or all Dan had to do was ask him. And then Dan goes and hires Kenneth Baines.
Mm-hmm.
This guy knew for a fact that this was a cover-up.
Oh, yeah.
And was willing to go in there and risk everything to go to Apple Valley and get down to the truth of it. But
the other part I had an issue with too is Kenneth Maines also brings in the whole well, David was a Lutheran, and Camilla's, she was Muslim, and I think that had some strong influence on exactly what happened. I'm like, no, it didn't. I was like, they didn't do it. It's literally an impossibility, dude.
Their
So why?
religion had nothing to do with this
Right.
unless it truly was an honor killing. And if that's the case, then he's implicating Kamel's family.
Yeah.
It's like, wow, dude, why would you even go there?
Well, you could also look at, just look at Minnesota as a whole, anyways.
True.
Just look at Dearborn. But even then, this is, I think it was more or less just there, just to kind of try to point it in a different direction. Everything else there, for instance, those the hands that were used to go and smear the blood on the wall, for instance, they don't match David's size. You got differences on finger sizes on this. I was like, that doesn't match David. So that's an impossibility.
The same thing with the footprints,
right?
Quote unquote. Those don't match David's feet either.
Right.
But you have people that will go to their graves, die on that hill, stating that it is his feet. So
in the very simplest terms, for my simple mind, it really comes down. They have not been able to prove that David wrote anything on the wall, and they have not been able to prove that those are David's prints on that floor. Go ahead, Kevin.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And, here's the thing, too, that if he wants to call himself an investigator, and same thing with the police department. Okay, a long time ago when the internet first started kicking up, I'm going way back to like 1996 now. Okay, yeah. I was part of
an
FBI. I know. I was in part of an online group, an FBI, where FBI profilers and psychologists and everything. They let me be a part of their group till I found out I didn't have a degree. At that time, I was still in college. And so I was at odds with somebody, go figure, right? Me. And so the main guy, and then when some of the other people were agreeing with me, and then they started to, anyway, he got angry. He booted me from the group because he's like, I want to see your diploma. I go, I'm in college. I don't have a diploma yet. So he booted me. But anyway, the point is that in this discussion, we were talking about a case. And this particular case, it was something very similar, blood and blah, blah, blah. And so I'm like going, well, think about it. You have a woman there, and women tend to dye their hair, right? Kamel dyes her hair, right? What do we see in the trash can?
Yeah,
we see the paper that has the gloves on it, but we don't see the box. We don't see the hair dye. We don't even see proof that she dyed her hair. But the paper holding the plastic gloves is in the trash. That right there. Now, they can't find any kind of discernible prints in that blood on the wall. They write this in their reports. No discernible prints. You have now a paper that holds plastic gloves for dyeing your hair, but no other product from the hair dyeing kit is in the trash. They don't even put 2 to 2 together. They don't sit there and they don't go, well, maybe somebody took those gloves, which is what ended up being in this discussion I had in this profiling group. I'm like, well, think about it. Did they use those gloves? And then everybody's like, oh, that's outside the box. And then here we come to this crime. I don't know how many years later, and we have a very similar situation to that one prior. And it's like, Kenneth Maines didn't even, a true detective would look in that trash can and go, oh, wait, that's odd. That doesn't make sense. Right. Why is that in here? Where's the box? Where's the bottles? Where's the towel? And he did none of that. Neither did the police. So, it's like, why would David do this? This is why when you were saying, Greg, that he didn't have motive, there is no motive. What would possess someone who's going to flip? I'm going to just flip all of a sudden, and I'm going to lose my mind and kill my family. Oh, but I'm going to think hard enough to go, oh, I think I'm going to go use some gloves. I'll take this out and throw out the paper that had the gloves in it in the trash. But yet somebody who's there who doesn't want to get caught, who planned to an extent. I think I agree with them that it wasn't completely planned because the scene is just so chaotic. But there is some sense of thought that went into this, like the writing on the wall with no print. So they had their hands covered with something, creating those footprints on the floor. So, where was Kenneth Maine's expertise? Where is he showing us that he's a true investigator? Because I'm not seeing investigator. Sorry, I'm not seeing that. I'll get off my soapbox now.
100% on that. I mean, he didn't show that there was any kind of investigative background as much as he liked to go and brag through it. Well, I don't want to say brag, but he was going through his credentials,
Oh my God,
about all these, all these awards he has and all this. And it's like, you know what? That's fine. I can appreciate that. But the end of the day, you look at really what these lead with. He's trying to say he's all this like cold case experience and all this. He's got all these different, this forensics background. He's on these different boards. Where is this in this investigation that he's conducting here? There's not.
And that scares me. If you think about that, if he truly has all of this so-called background, and I'm not going to say he doesn't because I have no clue, but if he puts the same kind of effort into their solving these cases that he did supposedly with the David Crowley case, heaven forbid the mistakes that man has made on every case he's ever put his hands on.
Right. I definitely found that interesting as well, because I mean, all of his background and everything, it doesn't show with what he's talking about. It doesn't make any sense. It's like, well, if you looked at everything, he said there's only one photo of the bodies. No, there's a few of them. You can see them in other photos. You can see where you don't get to see the full bodies, but you get to see that there is one photo, which we got, that, you can see the bodies and everything, but then you've got, well, technically two, but you got one of them that it's like David's body is cut out a bit. You can't fully see Rania, but you can see Kamel. So it's one of those things that's just kind of frustrating, because he's claiming he only had one photo that proved exactly what he's talking about. But it's like, but where does this prove anything? It doesn't prove a damn thing he was talking about.
Right. And the thing that bothered me the most, I think, about Ken Mains is that, he came off as a sincere individual, right? At the beginning. Oh, if you guys have any questions, or if I say something and you want me to go relook, just give us the questions. So we do this and we're like, okay, I'm kind of confused as to why you're saying what you're saying. So here's some questions. And the most common response was, I didn't read that in the report. I didn't read that. Well, no shit, Sherlock, because there's more to it than that one that you read. Right. And we say, go look at this. Okay, well, I'll have to do that. Well, I didn't investigate that. Well, then what the hell are you charging $7,000 for?
Right.
And then we get Steven Sanziri on, and we're asking him, and there are a lot of things. Steven doesn't agree with us on everything. And he will say, no, I don't think that's it. But then he says, why? XYZ, here's how this really works. Here's how this situation works when blah, blah. And we're like, oh, okay. Still may not agree. But I mean, you have to, because a lot of times it's just how my brain works. But I will give my opinion over to lean more toward what Steven is saying, because he takes the time to explain, this is not how it works. This is really what happens. And when you see this, this is really what it means.
Well, you can see the science.
Yes.
You see how it all works. I mean, he's got reasonings as to why he's coming to these conclusions. I mean, most of us, I believe we've all pretty much got some conclusion as to why we came to these conclusions. We've got the entire step-by-step. This is how we came to this conclusion here. Like, for instance, you got the mold, we've got the blood spatter, we've got everything there. We can explain as to why we've come to each of these conclusions we've come to. Mains, that was the problem I had reading this report, is I'm like, okay, well, how did you come to this conclusion? And there's literally no reason why. He just he'll praise the police on the narrative and everything. It's like, but he admits it's an equivocal death investigation, which is just, it's going to be the police's opinion, because apparently there wasn't enough information throughout the crime scene to really prove anything. It's like, but there's enough to prove that David didn't do it.
That's right.
And that's the part here. There's not enough to go and prove he did do it. So therefore, if there's not enough there to prove that he did do it, with our legal system, means he's technically innocent.
Right.
I mean, he's innocent until they prove that guilt. And not a single person has been able to actually prove the guilt. So, whether it be other individuals or it be Kenneth Mains or anything, it's, where's the proof? That's all
Where's
any of us have been asking.
where is the beef?
Right. Exactly.
It's just not there. It's not there.
Yeah, exactly. So there's nothing there.
It's nothing there. Are we ready to watch this
Yeah, sorry about
awesome video? No, it's okay. It's
that.
okay. But anything else before we get into it? I think there's been a lot of great points here being made as far as, motive and all that. It does make me wonder, when it's very clear in the 94 pages, they say there is no motive, and yet here we have people who are trying to create a motive for why David would have done it, which is fine. That's their view, but it's not truth, and it's not factual. It's not based on facts, and it's not based on the police investigation. If the investigators themselves are saying there was no motive, no financial issues, right? On and on and on, then that's where I start. The 94 pages, I believe, are a great place to start. Everybody should read those 94 pages. And start there if you can, because if you want to be quote unquote unbiased, like Kenneth Maines, I think that's a very good place to start. And there used to be a lot of other videos that you could dive into that would really go off of the rails, not off of the William rails, but just off of the rails on some of these things where, I mean, you would have psychics, you would have spirit boxes, you would have the numerology, symbology, you would have time travelers. I mean, there were some very, very strange theories that were being brought up, and maybe they still are, and it's just like, man, if we just really look at the evidence of what the police have, of what they proved David did it or didn't do it, just like, I mean, I think William pretty much just said it right there. It's like they don't have the evidence that shows that David did this. And that's very clear. So it was pretty interesting to hear Kenneth Maines, who I had no idea who he was. I don't know if any of you knew who Kenneth Maines really was.
I'd never heard of him until Dan.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's. I know he's been mentioned before on other cases, things like this, and he's somebody that's been trying to get into Hollywood for some time. He wants to get involved.
He got this close. He got this close.
Yeah, he did get that close. And
Yeah. Well, that's the thing.
Almost.
I mean, it's not going to happen because you got to have something that's going to be, you solved it. They brought him out. They were trying to bring him on for the Zodiac or whatever. He had nothing there. He has no idea what he's doing, and I mean, that's the thing. You look at his background, his investigative experience. I mean, it's actually a lot more limited than he tries to break it down to. Where do we see him at for 3 years? You see between 2015, 2018, he's doing like drug investigation, doing undercover work. It's like, well, I was like, okay, well, but you're doing cold cases at the same time. You're not going to have time to do it if you're doing undercover. Good luck on that. So
yeah. I think the biggest crime is his haircut that he has in this video here.
Well, I can't wait to see it.
That's a big crime. All right, are we ready?
Oh yeah.
Everybody take a deep breath. Here we go. Okay.
I'm muting myself.
No, me too.
Just if you want me to stop at any time, please just let me know to stop. I may stop before you even ask. We'll see here. Okay, here we go.
Yeah, let's talk about fears. Yeah, let's talk about love. Yeah, I got fears, but I ain't got no love.
Jeez, am I gonna get a copyright strike when it comes to go ahead.
That was horrible.
Did you see all the people that he listed there?
Yeah.
All people that if you look at who he listed there, these are same people he lists as they work for him. He's a part of their boards. I mean,
right.
It's all sorts of things like this just directly through his little summary of findings. Let me bring it up. It's like on page.
Well, here, let me give you right there. Stop right there. Let me give the audience here a little bit of writer insider knowledge. When you see quotes like this on books and other people's stuff, it is paid. They find somebody that they like, they ask them to write a little blurb, and they get paid for it. It's not necessarily their opinion. That's a paid advertisement.
Oh, 100%.
Wow.
And well, that's the thing with this guy right here, Warner.
It happens
Spitz,
everywhere.
Right. It's let's see, where was it? Right here on page. Is it page 4? Yeah, page 4. It even says right here, okay, it says, in capacity, I've reviewed hundreds of cold cases with the best investigators in the world who are an integral part of my organization, to include Dr. Henry Lee, Dr. Cyril Wecht, Dr. Werner Spitz, Lieutenant Joseph Kenda, Dr. Mary Ellen O'Toole, and Dr. Robert Keppel. Now, if you go through those people that are listed, these are all people that he works with through his, through his organization. And even then, this organization he's talking about is actually, it's the American Investigative Society of Cold Cases.
Wait. So you have a guy who is into cold cases, and here he is here saying that this is not a cold case. He's calling the David Crowley case not a cold case.
He says it's an unsolved cold case.
Okay.
Except, I mean, it's pretty obvious. It's only unsolved if we don't know who did it, and we've got our suspicions.
But then he blames David, so he can't have it both ways.
Well, that's why he says it's unsolved no more. Trying to do his little cute thing.
Well, wait a minute. Wait.
I'm confused.
But you go back to the letter, the second letter from the county attorney, and right there it says that they are looking at this case again, that we no longer can get information. Because if this case is ever solved in the future, they will have issues.
Well, here's my question with that. So if this actually just came out just like 5 or 6 days ago, this is like pretty new.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
So if that's the case, then they're trying to get some publicity on this. That way they can go and start nailing groups like us down. They want to make it so we come off as crazy. We don't know what we're talking about. They've tried this before. What are they thinking? It's not going to work.
It's not going to
work because I listed the questions that he couldn't answer underneath his little video, and I'm like, I'm still waiting.
Thank you.
You took $7,000 from somebody that we know, and your only response was I didn't read that. So how about letting us know? You can't answer XYZ because you didn't read the reports. I want people to know he's a fake.
Oh yeah. But the thing is, it's just like speaking on him being such a fake. My question is, why is he wearing this alleged bulletproof vest in the very, very beginning? It's like, well, you're a cold case, dude. What are you doing here?
In case he gets shot through the camera, I guess.
Apparently. Yeah, he's trying to avoid that camera shot.
There's going to be a lot of shots. There's going to be a lot of non-physical shots thrown at Kenneth Maines, and for good reason. Go ahead, Sophia.
No, I think that's not who we are, though. We are above this. We have the facts. We don't need to be going after personal stuff. We have the facts in regards to this case.
That's 100%.
We can stand on our own 2 feet. We don't have to go after looks or anything else.
That's true.
If he wants to wear a bulletproof vest in the intro of his YouTube videos because he can't make it to Hollywood, then let him wear his bulletproof vest.
Point well taken.
We have the facts on our side.
What about his? Okay.
So today,
how about that hairdo though?
Oh my gosh!
I can't say anything. I'm an old wrinkly lady, so I mean, he looks better than I do, so we're good.
He's tatted up too.
To him?
He's tatted up.
I'm muting.
Wait, does that say Pride on his arm?
Yeah, man, I don't know. He's a fox catcher, whatever that is.
Oh. I don't know. I mean, I just see Pride on somebody. Like if they got a tattoo that says Pride, it's already got me questions and things.
Oh, so that's the name of a book, Unsolved No More.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
Yeah, next to his whiskey and stuff. Interesting. I mean, he's got a nice little backdrop, I got to admit.
Well, that is good whiskey.
So he needs to have. He should.
I'm not a fan of Jack, but.
Oh, I like it.
It's all about that Pendletons. If I ever have any, which is very, very rare. But if I do have some, it's Pendletons. I like it smooth.
I need to send him my book. He should add that back there. Just as relevant as some of these other ones. All right, let's go.
Today I want to talk about what is called an equivocal death. Okay, so what that means, is that a cold case? It could be. It means there's a death and it's suspicious, meaning what is it? Is it a natural death? Is it a suicide? Is it a homicide? Dime a dozen. I mean, you can get almost any newspaper and find an equivocal death in it. Because sometimes, mostly it's during suicide, when people just can't accept that their loved one or friends committed suicide and they think it's foul play, it's homicide. So in this case here, this is in regards to David Crowley and his family, which consisted of his daughter and wife. This occurred in 2015. Bodies were found deceased, all three of them, on January 17, 2015, in Apple Valley, Minnesota. Now, why this has taken a little bit of an elevated stance in the true crime community and stuff is because he was a anti-government type of person, and
No, he wasn't.
was an Army veteran and a filmmaker, and he was coming out with.
Yeah, he was not anti-government. That's one of the biggest misconceptions, I think,
Right.
that he was anti-government. I think he surrounded himself with shills and with trolls who were anti-government for their own purposes, may not have been real anti-government people,
Right.
but I don't find anywhere. David Crowley had a U.S. flag in his house.
Pro-American.
This guy, he's very pro. I would say he was a patriot here.
Yeah.
Now he all and what a patriot does, what a true patriot would do if they go and they see these wars are unjust, which these two wars were, they would call them out. That's what a patriot does. I don't see anything anti-government.
This is, I mean, it's looking more like he's almost reading from a script based on.
I was wondering. Yeah, I was wondering that too, because he keeps looking down, but he could be pressing a button. So it's like, oh, maybe he's just on his, he's taking the mouse to put up the little video or to put up the little thing. But it kind of looks like, I don't know. It's hard to tell if he is reading off of a script or not.
Well, that's the thing I've got a big question on, is if he is reading off of a script. I mean, it almost looks like he's almost kind of reading, like I said, that newspaper article where they were talking bad about David, basically saying he was like a gun nut and all this kind of stuff. And it's like, of course,
some people though need notes in front of them, so that
there's nothing. Yeah,
that
nothing
could
wrong
just
with
be
that.
what he's doing.
Sure.
I mean, I totally get that, but it's the whole like reading directly from that newspaper article, like describing.
Oh, I see.
That's what I'm saying. It's just like, it just seems like he's kind of coming off from that, and that's just, I mean, it wouldn't. I'm not going to put it past him at this point to say, talk about anti-gun at this point as well. That's just where I see this kind of going already. But he's already tried to go and paint the light. Well, he was in the armed forces, therefore, that we already know that that's another angle. The other sides like to go and push. They like to go and push a little PTSD and all this. And
and this is typical in the psychology field of implanting. So
Right.
he's already setting the scene, anti-government. Just those words alone, for anyone who doesn't know or anyone who likes a good conspiracy, is going to it's there. And then everything else he's going to build on, if the person's going to go, okay, anti-government, he did that, oh, he's guilty. And that's pretty crappy.
Yeah.
David was not anti-government. He was anti abuse of the government. And our government does abuse things a lot. And those wars were wrong. And he spoke out about that, not about the government as a whole.
And that's during a very brave time. He was very brave for doing it at that time, because Bush was no longer there. So now this isn't Bush's war. This is Obama's war that he needs to end. And everybody that voted for him was thinking he's going to end this war, right? Because him and Bush are not on the same side. And we found out something different.
Yeah, they're war cousins. So, but I mean, it comes down to the whole, everything he was speaking out against and everything he was speaking against. I mean, go back to the donors list or whatever he was looking at.
Yeah.
You look at almost every single one of those people who was on that list, there was corruption.
Yeah.
You can find it. I mean, it's not hard to go and look into it. You start looking at what was the Rockefeller was on there. There's corruption with pretty much that entire family. You don't have to look far. The apple really doesn't fall far from that tree. And all the corruption that came from them. You've got some of these politicians. You had Republicans and Democrats on there. This wasn't just this is a bipartisan thing. He's like, look, these are some corrupt individuals. He wasn't saying anything about it. He just had the list on his printer, which means I'm thinking that was one of the last things he was probably looking into. So
yeah, because it's in that printer tray.
Mhm.
And it's curious that we only got one side. This was a two-sided. He was printing this out. Either he was printing this out wrong, or he was printing this out in two sides. We
Right.
only have one side of each page, so we don't have the full 100, right? But we do
Right.
have some of them. But that is a great point. I'm glad you brought that donor thing up, because that is a big issue.
Well,
That's a
where it
whole
comes-
nother.
Right, and that's where it
rabbit
comes down
hole.
to the whole thing that he was a patriot. He wasn't some kind of radicalized
Left
this
or
wasn't
right
this was
right
jihad.
wing, right alt right.
Well, I mean, look at nowadays. I mean, look, the word patriot. I mean, that's considered already like anti-government. That's considered you're not you're not a true American anymore. It's like, well, what? Excuse you. I'm sorry, we're more pro-America than you ever have been. Who wants big government? I mean, end of the day, that's bad for anybody.
Yeah, they want globalists.
That's a fact at this point.
Yeah.
And David was just showing that there's corruption, and I think that was one of the last things he was probably looking into, the point where he wanted to go and get ready to start talking about that. So
Well, in the beginning of this video that Greg and we were here discussing Kenneth Maines, and Greg was reading through your book. Was it a chapter from your book?
It's going to be a chapter from the book that we're all working on.
Okay. When you were reading from that, we discovered that Kenneth Maines was quoting certain things from Death of a Dystopian and the documentary. So, I mean, it makes perfect sense that he's saying that David is anti-government, with quotation marks, because those both drilled that into the viewers and the readers.
Well, I've heard about this happening. That brings up a very good point there. That investigators sometimes they're like kind of sketch, and what they'll end up doing is they'll go and bring it up to let's say whoever, let's say it's a politician or something that's being like, they're like, okay, well, this person wants me to look into this case here. Your name's already been dropped. Maybe counter offer, and I'll steer it another direction. That's happened. There's been, I can't name off the top of my head, but I've seen this a few times now, where you'll see investigators, they basically bounce it back over to the person that's being investigated. They're like, look, you can always counter this by you pay me, and I will now steer them away. So, I mean, maybe that happened. I mean, I don't know. Possible, I think.
Let's see what does he got to say here?
A film, and he had a website and stuff, all called The Gray State.
Oh, and I'm glad he got I'm glad he got the name right. Not Gray Space. It's Gray State. Thank you.
About this is I was hired 3-4 years ago, something like that, maybe longer, by an independent party who wanted me to investigate this case to find out whether it was suicide, whether it was homicide, or natural death. You can rule out natural death right away, but it's my job to look at everything. So when I was retained, I did that. But sometimes, and this has happened to me a handful of times.
Fire. You didn't do everything. You lying POS. You did not. I call you out, Ken Maines. You did not read everything.
And we have the proof of that too. I mean, because he admits it in his information to us. He admits that he didn't read everything. He didn't see everything. Oh my gosh, this is going to be a long video.
In the cold cases and equivocal deaths in which I have been retained, is they already are biased. They already have what they think. And so they are not looking.
Called it. Straight
This
up
is
called it.
That's very interesting to already call
Wow.
the people, the client and everything bias, right? When that is not really true. And this is the thing that he doesn't get. He was hired by Dan Hennon. He wasn't hired by us. This was all Dan Hennon's doing here. So and you will see this is like once he starts talking, this is where I really started to hear, and it gets into that where it's like he's not talking about, hey, I was hired by a client. He acts like he was hired by all of us.
So they're
By
trying to discredit the group is what he's doing.
right, which makes no sense because you were not hired by the group. You were hired by Dan Hennon to do a job. You had one job and you could not do it.
And he's calling us biased. Why are we biased? Because we're asking him simple questions like, how did David's blood get on the magazine inside a gun if he's not hurt prior to supposedly shooting himself? I didn't read that in the report. Sorry.
It's just kind of weird that it's we're back to the focus on us, not the focus on look. This is why David Crowley is guilty. And we see this time and time again. And here we have one more guy, one more person named Kenneth Maines who falls into the same trap. Instead of focusing on what proves David innocent or guilty, they start focusing on people because people have made comments on their past videos that they do not like, because people have called them out on things that they do not like. And so it's all about going after those people. That's why it's just very curious to me why he's even making this video now. He could have made this video way back when, fresh off of whatever he was doing, fresh off of being hired by Dan Hennon. But why is he all of a sudden now? It's back in the forefront. It's pretty interesting to me. Let's go back to this.
Looking for the truth. They're looking for my confirmation to what they think.
That's another big misconception because that's not what you're hired for. So if you took the job knowing that, then you just proved that you are a fraud. You are not really into this.
And here's the thing that Dan made clear, and and this is, I think a lot of us all said the same thing, that when we found out he was going to be investigating this, we all said that we're in the main core of the group. I'm not talking about I can't speak for all 4,000 members, but those of us, we said, if you can show us where David really did do this, we can accept it. We will accept it, but you have to show us because we have questions. And then he didn't even read the reports. He didn't investigate anything and couldn't answer, to this day, has not answered a simple question.
Yeah, that would have been the best case for him, is to say, look, guys, this is what you guys think, but this is why David Crowley is guilty, right? Part of it, that's what Dan Hennon hired him for too, because he was getting hit with so many different views, so many different sides. It's like, okay, let's just, we want an investigator. Let's get a PI. Let's get another person's view. We weren't looking for him to solve this case or to do anything. It was just about, let's get this guy's view here. Let's see what the private investigators say, because Dan Hennon was getting hit with so many people saying, let's hire a PI to get their thoughts on it, to get their views on it. And it's interesting how the PIs that we didn't hire have actually given us a lot more data than the PI that was hired, that was paid $7,000. And when I look at what he's saying now, it's like there's almost a bitterness here too. And again, it's not about being focused on the case. A guy like Kenneth Maines should be focused on the case, and he's not. He's focused on the criticism of what he did, of what happened to him. So it does make me wonder, in the true crime community, if there was a lot of backlash against him. And he is making this video because he's trying to redeem himself. He's trying to explain himself. And in the process, he's not doing that by saying, look, this is why David Crowley is guilty. He's trying to redeem himself by saying, this is what these people thought. So now
And
he's telling us what we think, not
Right.
telling us why he thinks David Crowley is guilty.
yeah, and then he's portraying us in a bad way to the public, but he's made a huge mistake. We all walked away from him and we had just left him be, right? Even though
Right.
Dan left, and you guys, Greg, you and Dan have left his information up on the Facebook page. Now, you know what, dude? Now we have your emails where you state you didn't read this and you didn't read that and you have no clue. You're bringing this on you. Okay, you started it. We'll finish it.
Hey, I think it's time for those emails to be public.
Absolutely.
If he's willing to come out here and get money, which we don't get money
No.
for making our videos and investigating this case, but he's getting money off of this family. I mean, he already got $7,000 off of
Yeah,
this
and where's
family,
the
but
other
now
side
he's
who's complaining all the time? Why aren't they complaining? Because he's making money off of this poor family that's died.
yeah, exactly.
Instead, they hold him up.
Yeah.
I'm pissed now. I mean, we're what? Not even 5. We're 2 minutes, 3 minutes in, and this. Oh, okay. I gotta shut up.
That doesn't include, you know, the whole start of it was like a 2-minute intro to the video too. But yeah, he's so much wrong. Here we go.
And that's a bad way to hire somebody, especially me, because I'm not going to go along with your conclusion if I don't believe it, no matter how much money.
Nobody asked him to go along with anything. He wasn't hired for that. But again, he doesn't even understand who his clients are. Nobody should hire this guy. Then
No,
this is a big reason why. Do not hire this guy. He doesn't even understand who his clients are.
No, and he's clearly, taking it out on the group because he didn't know what the hell he was talking about. He still can't answer. And it all boils down to the fact that he can't answer a question. And because we say, and we will corner you, Ken Maines, and we will say, if you have all this so-called expertise, explain this. If we are understanding it wrong, explain it. But you can't. Instead, you want to attack us and make us look like we're crazy loons. It still comes back. Explain the blunt force trauma. I've done plenty of videos. You can see the close-ups. There's marks there. Explain the blood on the magazine inside the gun. Explain the blood that's there that doesn't belong to any of the family members. Explain everything, but you can't.
Explain item 57 and how it doesn't line up with David's body.
Yes.
I mean, who moved his body?
Explain the
was
fact that
hosed.
there's not a bullet that went through David's head or Ranya's head found at that scene. Explain those things to us. Explain how David's blood is missing from the crime scene, Ken Maines. Explain why Ranya's blood is missing from the crime scene, Ken Maines. You can't. These are the questions we have asked you, and we're the ones who can't accept a truth. And boy, he's an arrogant. Oh.
This is bad. I mean, this video does not make him look good. You know, he should have just.
Oh, and he has 2 releases of this video. So this is how much he thinks of himself.
Yeah, he thinks a lot of himself. But I look forward to actually contacting him to see if he would like to have a real talk about this to kind of clear up some of the misconceptions that he has and a lot of the things that he got wrong or maybe he doesn't even know about.
No, he won't. He knows exactly what he's doing, Greg. He knows exactly what he's doing, and he's doing this to spread misinformation, and he's doing this to smear the group.
Yeah, well then he's going to get called out on it.
Yep.
And
it's on now.
Yeah, the challenge is definitely out there. So Kenneth Maines, if you do want to ever talk about this and if you do want to kind of go through this, because you got a lot wrong. And you got to be open to that. And I'd love to hear why you're standing by this and why the focus is on us and not on why you believe David Crowley is guilty. And maybe right now what he's doing is giving some background to people who have no idea what he's talking about. They don't understand that he was hired, what he was hired for. But even the thing is like, that's not what you were hired for. You weren't hired by people who were biased. You were hired by Dan Hennon, and he hired you for a reason. And we're definitely gonna get to that. We're gonna get to the bottom of that.
This is the truth, and that's, integrity. Just because you want me to say this, and then that way you
See,
have
that's a big problem right there. Now he is accusing Dan Hennon of trying to hire him to say a certain thing. Now, I don't know if his past clients have done that to him, where, like you said, where, and he may have experience with this. He was not hired to say a certain view, to give a certain view. Dan Hennon hired him to give an independent, unbiased view from somebody who was not associated with this. That could be one of the reasons why Dan Hennon didn't hire somebody who had already done research on this. As far as we knew, as far as Dan Hennon knew at that time, Kenneth Maines had no idea who David Crowley was.
No, and this is why I think Sophie is 100% right. It's time to release the emails to prove what he is saying right here is a flat out lie. He is manipulating the audience. He is smearing the group. He's smearing us. I don't take kindly to that. And then not only that, you're right. Dan Hennon was trying to do the right thing. He was trying to get an honest, like you said, unbiased. And he's saying that Dan in the group was looking for a biased opinion. And that's not at all what we've been looking for ever.
No, because we didn't know.
I just want the truth.
Yeah.
All I want is the truth. And I have stated this from the very beginning. If you can show me proof that David is guilty, like legit proof, then I will change my views on this. Unfortunately, nobody has ever shown me legit proof. They've shown me fraudulent proof that has come back from the county attorney with an affidavit that is completely fake. There's photos that have been faked, and I still haven't got an answer on that, but it is obviously faked. But, it's like there isn't proof yet. And all this man had to do was just go and ask for the proof. That's all he had to do. Or pick up the phone and call and say, hey, do you have actual proof of David Crowley's guilt? Can I please have that so I can shut these people up once and for all? But he never picked up the phone to call them. Instead, he's trying to save face with all of the police departments around this country. For what? Yep. I'm sorry. I just don't have respect for that. I don't have respect for the laziness that he has shown in this case. And that's absolutely what he has shown. He went and he saw the video or the documentary. He went and read the articles that were clearly a biased slant that went along with the documentary. And he didn't look at anything that we sent him. He refused to answer our questions, and now he's making slam videos against us.
Yeah, here he's using as his back, like you just said, biased information. And as far as that slockumentary goes, the guy admits that he worded it and did it so people would come to a certain conclusion, and he was happy with the conclusion they came to because that's what he wanted. How is that not biased? How is that? And then he's referring to, oh my God, it's a good thing he's not sitting here.
No, he's showing his bias. That's the thing. It's just like, it's no different. This guy's doing the same thing mainstream media does when they want to sway the audience to a certain way. He's got his own bias. He's got his talking points. He's going to touch on these things. That's
I have to wonder if he just saw the report when it said murder and then double murder and / suicide. If he was like, okay, well, then that's obviously what happened. I have a bias against that already to begin with.
Right.
And so, anyway.
Yeah, because...
go
ahead. No, go ahead, William.
So I think he's got just a bias towards he's always going to be pro-police. I've yet to see any investigation so far with this guy where he's not taking the police's side. And that's where I kind of have a problem, because he doesn't care about the truth. So how often are we finding that these police officers? I'm not saying police are bad per se or anything. I'm not saying that at all. But it's the fact that he's going out of his way to basically just say, no, this is right because this is the conclusion they came to. I'm going to agree with this. He's taking the easy way out and just taking that. I mean, whether it's because of his brotherhood with the police or whatnot, it's the fact that he is not pro-truth. He's just showing nothing but bias in this. And that's all of his investigations I've seen so far. That's how it's been.
Have a report and you can take it to the media and do whatever you want with it. No, I don't.
What's he saying?
If I don't believe it, no matter how much money you pay me, the truth is the truth, and that's integrity. Just because.
But he won't even address it unless he's being paid for it. It's not a case that he looked at on his own. I'm gonna go back here a few.
And that's a bad way to hire somebody, especially me, because I'm not
really. I mean, he's
along
really
with your
that just bothers me so much because he's acting like Dan Hinnon hired him for a certain purpose, for to agree with whatever Dan Hinnon thought, I mean, that is just not accurate at all.
conclusion. If I don't believe it, no matter how much money you pay me, the truth is the truth, and that's integrity.
He's almost playing the victim here.
Yes,
this guy. I mean, I really wonder if he has been called out so much that he felt he needed to make this video. This video is not making you look any better, but thank you for making this, because it just reinforces what a lot of people, once your report came out, Kenneth Maines, a lot of people contacted me, and I kept my mouth shut. It's just like, I don't know what's in Kenneth Maines' heart. I don't know what he's thinking, why he thought this, et cetera, et cetera. I don't know who the F this guy is.
Right.
But he's giving us his views here, which is fine. But man, this is not making you look good.
Well, and not only that, I'm going to tell you his body language. I'm watching his body language, and he is protecting himself. He's trying to get people to believe what he's saying, and he is uncertain.
Well, he needs to put on a real shirt, not this
right
1980s half-cut shirt that he's got on here that just is showing all these.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm just saying though, if we're going to stick to what he's saying, it's going along exactly with his body language. He's deceptive. He would fail an investigation if he was the prime suspect and he was in there and behaving this way.
Yep,
he would fail.
Yeah, they would instantly have suspison on him right off the bat. But that's the thing. He's very, very guarded. I mean, he's got his arms crossed the way he does. He's been fidgeting around a little bit. If you were to go back to the very beginning when he first got into this, you'll see he's fidgeting his arms a lot.
Yep.
He's not giving a whole lot of direct eye contact to the audience. He's looking downward.
Yeah. He's self-soothing. Yes.
Yeah. He's trying to go and keep focus on, okay, I need to say this. We're not going to go and just look straight at the camera. So I'd be looking at the audience. Therefore, he's just trying to get out his point. He feels like he's the victim because people probably, I agree. I think that there's been several people that have actually probably reached out to him like, dude, what are you doing? You're wrong.
He's going after his client here.
Yeah.
Yes, he is.
Which is incredibly unprofessional.
And he's lying.
Mm-hmm.
He is lying about what his
Ken, the emails are coming out, dude. People are going to see.
You're a liar.
I can't wait for that.
Just because you want me to say this, and then that way you have a report and you can take it to the media and do whatever you want with it. No, I don't do that. No, I could be wrong.
Yeah.
In my assessment.
You are.
I surely will say that. But in this case,
but how can he be? It's his opinion. So how can he be wrong in that? He's not. I don't believe that he's wrong for having an opinion on this case. Whatever his opinion is fine. But everything else is all bullshit. Everything else that he said about us, about why he was hired, etc., like that is all BS. There is no truth there. You're free to have your own opinion. That's why you were hired, for your opinion.
And the truth of the matter is, a lot of us were disappointed in his outcome, but it was like, okay, that's his thought. It's disappointing. But what was more disappointing was the fact that he formed his opinion based on no knowledge of the majority of the reports. So
Right.
that's what we were disappointed in, not the fact that he didn't agree. We have plenty of people that we've spoken to that agree with the official narrative, and we've spoken to a lot of people who totally disagree with the official narrative and say this is definitely a triple homicide. When I hand someone a police officer in a different place, and I'm not saying where. Why? Because you freaks of nature attack everybody. You hand them this, and it's like, what do you think? It's a triple homicide. What's the big deal? Okay, everybody else sees it, and that's fine. But it's okay if you don't, Ken. But don't lie about us, and don't try to make yourself look better. We have the emails, buddy. They're coming out. I will put them out, and I don't put shit out. I'm putting them out.
I want to also add that the very people who are now supporting Kenneth Maines and his YouTube channel could not laugh enough when Dan hired him.
Yes,
saying,
and
oh,
they
how
could.
is somebody going to investigate a case if they don't even go to the town and interview people? How can they were making so many snide remarks in regards to the investigator that Dan hired.
Yeah,
And
but
now
those are
he
retards.
is their
Those are
hero.
retards.
Yeah.
Right. They're retards.
Well, we understand that, but he needs to understand
He doesn't
that the
understand.
very people who were supporting him and putting him up on a pedestal saying he can't do anything wrong are the very ones who were mocking his investigation while he was doing it.
Him.
Oh, they trashed him hardcore. Now, I have tried to go back and find those posts, and they have.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I have them. I have them on a different device. I just don't want to go.
Well, that's always funny to me how people who know that they're wrong, all of a sudden they start deleting their own comments.
Yes.
They start deleting their own posts. And I guess that's a whole nother thing here.
I think I was right, and you're going to see because I'm going to give you the whole report.
It's going to give you the whole report.
And again,
We've had
this
this
one
report.
of those clients who, I was the best thing in the world when I was getting retained until I didn't come to their conclusion. And then, you get bad mouthed and.
Oh, whoa. Wait a minute.
I want him to show proof that Dan ever said anything bad about
Dan
this
doesn't badmouth.
Dan never said anything.
Yeah, I never heard him.
Oh my god!
People that I feel that he should have badmouthed, he's not badmouthed. So.
And the people who did badmouth him are now supporting him, only because he came out in support for them. Oh my god! Okay, please continue.
Well, whatever it is, it doesn't change my opinion on things, and that's all it is. You hired me, you retained me for my expert opinion. This is what I come up
Greg,
with. This is what I give you. If you don't like it.
How many minutes are we in? 4 minutes now, and he's still wah.
Yep.
Oh my gosh! Is this the whole video? Has anybody watched it?
No.
I mean, why? Like, why is he? I mean, somebody.
I've heard of it.
Somebody must have really condemned him and slapped him like a father slaps a baby or something, and said, "Dude, you are wrong." And for whatever reason, he felt he needed to come out and make this video
twice.
It just don't. Why? This is not going to make yourself look good. And
the thing is he's piggybacking off of the Idaho 4.
Yep.
That's how he's getting the views for this.
Yep.
Wow.
I mean, it's in the hashtags. How low is that? He doesn't even discuss the Idaho 4. Oh, hell yeah, it is. I'll send it to you.
Oh, please do. Please do.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. He can go right there. Click on the show more.
What? Wow.
Oh, okay. So you see them. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, my God. Oh.
That's how he's getting his views for this.
What a douche.
That's okay. You've now given us permission, Ken. Thank you.
Yup.
Now, this is Ken's channel, right?
Yes, it is.
Oh, I went there and I told him. I left a comment.
I didn't even see your comment when I was there, but I saw somebody else who was trolling.
Well, I just left it a little while ago. Oh, I'm sure he probably is deleting them because those are the same things I've been saying. You're not explaining. You never explained. And this is why. So don't tell us that you have all these answers because you haven't answered anything.
Okay.
And we're not hiding anything either. Everything is on Greg's website. We have almost everything up on the Facebook group. I mean, we're not hiding jack shit from anybody.
Well, we've also got a whole timeline put together too. I mean, what has he provided? Nothing.
Except
I have
insults.
Dan's email right here. Oh, Kenneth. Dan says, I'm not interested in a debate. I'm also not looking to persuade you. I just have put together a list of 15 points for clarification. How is he trying to demand that you agree with them, huh, Ken?
Yeah, that's literally just him asking, hey, can you just kind of, clarify this? I don't understand where you're coming at from these points. I don't understand.
Yeah, and he said, I'm not trying to persuade you. He said, I don't want to argue. I'm not trying to persuade you. Can you just answer this? Which is the exact opposite of what he just said he accused Dan in the group of doing.
Wow.
So he is slandering now.
Yep.
Well, we all knew that he was lying, but I think this needs to be in the group too.
Yep, I agree.
Go somewhere else. We used to call that cop shopping.
Hold on.
When have we ever done that?
Doesn't change my opinion on things, and that's all it is. You hired me, you retained me for my expert opinion. This is what I come up with. This is what I give you. If you don't like it, go somewhere else. We used to call that cop shopping. A domestic disturbance would call in and say, hey, my husband and me are fighting. We get there and she wants him arrested, but it doesn't rise to that level. So we leave. They'll say, hey, they'll call again to 911 center and say, send somebody else. Cop shopping. You're trying to get somebody to believe into your narrative or whatever it is. And I don't fall for that.
That sounds like
this is my.
That sounds like what my fan club does. They were doing a lot of cop shopping.
Okay. Ridiculous.
That's pretty interesting.
Wow.
He's a little bit bitter. We're only 4 minutes 39 seconds in. If you take out the intro,
the minute-long intro.
Yeah, we're like 3 minutes in. This is a response video. This is not. He's just not. You know what? Yeah. Somebody is calling him out on this.
Oh man.
Report on David Crowley case, and I'm going to talk about it. I'm going to show pictures of my report and give you time to read it, and then I'm going to put the entire report that I did at the end of the video, so you can read it for yourself. And it's a pretty unique.
Wait, I have to ask.
Of the case on this channel because I've never.
Can you pause it?
Yeah.
I have to ask. Is he saying that we're hiding this report from people, and that's why he's pitting out?
No, he probably thinks it's like people that don't know about this case, and he wants to make sure that if they want to read the report for themselves, then they can.
I mean,
just so everybody knows. Yeah, it's been available for how long? For 2 years, 3 years now? I think Dan put it out right away.
Yeah, since May 30th, 2019.
2019. Yeah, it's been out there and available, folks.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
But that's
We've
good.
never hidden anything. So
no, he may that may not be the smartest move. That may be the dumbest move since Judy Prochnow put out her 911 call audio to make it seem like she did something good when it just makes her look worse.
And then she gets mad at us for playing it.
Right. There's a copyright. How dare you put this out there? Right. So I don't know. It's okay. Let's keep going.
Oh, is that moonshine? Oh, wow.
Where's she got the
I wish I was drinking.
Oh, shoot.
Okay. Oh, Foxcatcher Wrestling. Okay, I didn't see that because he hasn't been standing up. See, he's been leaning over. It's why he probably he's taking notes or something, which is fine.
No, it's all body language. It's insecurity. He knows what he's doing wasn't right, so he was trying to soothe himself to get through the lies.
Well, look at how he's looking upward like that. I mean, he's trying to go and think of something on a way to go and respond in a way that's going to go and match exactly what he needs to match. So this isn't typical kind of
putting my reports that I was retained to do, out to you. there's no reason. There's not confidential, so there's no reason that I can't do that if I choose to do so.
Well,
As
yeah.
if we would disagree.
But I
Do
wanted to
it,
give
dude.
you an
Well,
insight.
he doesn't even know that this has been out there for what
3 years.
3 years now.
See,
It's
that's what
been-
I'm saying. He thinks that we didn't release the report to the public.
Well,
Yeah.
because he doesn't, even though he knows everything that we've done, he doesn't know anything that we've done.
Exactly.
Oh my gosh. This is embarrassing for
Right.
him. I'm embarrassed
Yeah.
On
for him.
how meticulous and thorough you have to be, especially when you are reinvestigating.
Those tattoos are just driving me nuts, by the way. I don't know why you have a big black. Anyways, you're right. I'm not going to focus on that's his choice.
An old case. It's a lot more detailed than, let's say, a review of a case just for this channel. Okay. So
All right.
in this instance, I had access to reports, crime scene photos,
Nice.
pictures, videos, pretty much
Videos.
everything. So
What
Pretty
Pretty much
videos did
everything.
he?
Pretty
Oh
much
no,
everything.
no. He's talking about videos that Dan did and you did.
Okay.
That's
okay.
what he's
But-
talking about. Okay.
So
okay.
he's had access to everything. Pretty much everything.
Everything
is
we
great.
had, we
Pretty
gave
much
him.
everything.
Yeah.
Right.
But yet he didn't read everything
No, he didn't.
Well, he's-
or
I mean,
see
he's-
everything.
He just literally flipped a page here, so obviously he's got some notes.
part of the report is just going to start off
Oh,
with
he's
my
got it.
credentials, and you can read that
Oh,
at your
God.
leisure.
I'm really hoping he reads the part in his report where he calls it gray space. That's all I wanted to. That's what I came here for.
If you don't know them. And the reason you put your credentials in there, or the reason I do it, and I stopped doing it on my channel because it just gets redundant.
Oh, see, William? Here you go, William.
Mm-hmm.
But every now and again, I'll do it because it gives the viewer or the client, in this case, a foundation for what you're about to speak on. You know, you read it, and if it says, hey, I've been a YouTuber for 3 months and I work out of my mom and dad's home.
Wow, this guy
mostly
does
when
not.
they're at work, so I have people.
This guy does not like YouTubers.
Yeah, well,
Even though
he's taking lines from Judy right here in her group.
But it's
Greg,
not just Judy.
difference
He's
is
taking
you.
lines from Joe the potato and
for
Mhm.
3 months.
oh my
Greg, you're in
gosh.
your
Tomatoes
mama's
around anymore.
basement.
Yeah, but I've been in her basement for more
Yeah.
than 3 months, obviously. Maybe, come on.
Speak on. You know, you read it, and if it says, hey, I've been a YouTuber for 3 months and I work out of my mom and dad's home, mostly when they're at work, so I have peace and quiet with my 3 cats and dog.
Oh, God.
I am way too sober for this right now.
I've only got one dog. I've only got one cat, but yeah.
Hey, I feel attacked right now.
I mean, this guy is just, he doesn't realize what he's saying here, how much he's really exposed.
He's trying to make fun of us.
Yeah, he's really making fun of himself. But okay.
I graduated high school.
Hey, there are great people that have 3 cats and 1 dog that have graduated high school, my friend.
Mm-hmm.
And worked at the 7-Eleven for 6 months. Okay?
Wow. It's just interesting that he would say all of that. If I was a woke propagandist, I may have some issues with that. I have no issues with that. I kind of think it's funny. I think he's trying to make a point here. I think he may have spent too much time on that point. He may have overthought.
Yeah.
That's a
He's a
foundation,
douche.
right? That tells you, okay, well, maybe when it comes to the rest.
I mean, does he really think if somebody said that they would hire him? If he said, hey,
Okay.
I have 3 cats and a dog and I worked at 7-Eleven and I've been a YouTuber for 3 months, does he really think anybody would hire him for that? So, I mean, he's on the defensive once again, where it's like, wow, did somebody call you out because maybe you haven't done, that much that you thought, or maybe you don't stand by all of these, things that you have. You got a bachelor in science and you got all of these things. Is that not enough for you? I don't know. This is weird.
Rest of the report and their findings that I shouldn't put a lot of stock into it. There could be some stuff that are right in there, but maybe not. But when I give my credentials and I say, hey, I've had 20 years of law enforcement, Marine Corps.
This is bad, because the credentials that he has and the lack of knowledge and the lack of investigative skills that he put into this case, this makes him look really bad. This does not make him look good. The more acclaim, the more things that you have done, the more credits that you have, and you can't see that David Crowley didn't do this. That's a bad thing. He doesn't understand. He thinks, well, because I have all these things, that whatever I say, is that means something. It doesn't.
Yeah, and
it
he
only,
keeps trying to emphasize that he's an investigator and he has all this experience, but yet he admits he didn't read the reports and he can't answer questions. What kind of an investigator does that?
Well, can I read
very
some
bad
parts from
investigator. Yeah.
Can I read some parts from his credentials real quick?
Yeah,
that
please.
I highlighted because I found them very, very interesting, and especially as it highlights directly what we're talking about here, where he just basically he should really quit his day job, quit the business, because obviously you're not very good, good at this. So,
and he's a YouTuber.
Right? Yeah,
he's a YouTuber.
Maybe he has 3 cats, and
maybe he's only been doing a YouTube for 3 months.
Right. But so basically what he says here, he says, I use a unique and particular combination of forensic science, criminal investigation, forensic psychology, victimology, crime reconstruction, crime scene assessment, and criminal profiling to help solve cases. Then he goes on to say, I am the president and founder of the American Investigative Society of Cold Cases, which was created to assist law enforcement members and victims' families in solving the plethora of unsolved cold cases. The last part he puts in is we are a nationally recognized private investigative firm, which is the Maine's Investigative Services, whose trademark is going above and beyond for our clients. So he clearly didn't. He went far below. We service all 50 states as well as overseas and specialize in missing persons, equivocal deaths, and unsolved homicides. He's a fraud. End of the day, he's a fraud. I mean, you go through his credentials here, and it shows that too.
I mean, I wouldn't agree with that. I wouldn't agree that he's a fraud. I just think he has no knowledge, and he doesn't want to understand anything relevant about this case. To me, it just seems like he's just lazy at this point.
Well, lazy is for sure, yeah. But it's the whole thing. I mean, I wouldn't want to hire somebody like him. This just tells me this is somebody that's not going to get the job done. They're just not going to. So.
I'd have to go back to the video that Dan did, that we did right after Kenneth Main's investigation, right after the report came out. We did a whole video, a long video on the report. So we weren't trying to hide it or anything. We did. And so I'd have to go back and kind of see like why Dan hired him, what Dan thought. And, and it just seemed like Kenneth Main's left that door open. And now the door is it's like it was 1/4 of an inch open before.
He
now
only left the door open for a limited time. So Dan was trying to get everything so we could re-ask questions. But I think by that point, because he wasn't answering anything and he'd already said that he didn't read the reports, but we only had I think he gave Dan, I don't remember if it was 3 weeks or something like that, but he's like, if you come back with anything within this time frame, then I'll answer it. Anything after that, he's not available. And so we're like, well, you didn't read anything. Why should we ask you anything more? You don't have a clue. We asked you questions you can't even answer. So it's like, forget it. Just forget it.
Yeah. Kind of sounds like he's opened up that door again.
William, when did he create that cold case thing? You were read it off of his credentials. When did he create that?
Let me look it up right now. I don't remember the exact date. American Investigative Society of Cold Cases. Let me look.
And does it have any information on any cold cases that he's looked into or solved after he started that?
Let me see. see, 2013 when it was founded.
Okay.
They're a world-renowned cold case group. Oh,
Wow.
let's see. Yeah, world-renowned. Okay. Let's see. As for cases, they've only got an About Me page, which is kind of weird.
There's no About Me page.
That's all. That's all there is.
I'm
Oh.
interested, the whole Zodiac thing, because Ross, I know Ross has been looking into the Zodiac. Okay, I'd be interested to hear some of Ross's views on Kenneth Maines, if he knows who Kenneth Maines, who has looked into the Zodiac case and how deep he's looked into it. Because
Yeah, there's nothing past that. It's you can basically just ask them questions, or there's their About Me page.
do you have to
So
pay?
there's no
Mhm.
there's no solved cases that they're bragging about or anything?
No, nothing at all.
So you literally could create any type of like unsolved or cold case group or whatever and then say that you created it, but
Essentially,
not
yeah.
actually. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, it's a little weird.
Just
It's a little precocious.
Yeah.
All right, we're only 7 minutes in here. Let's go.
Oh gosh.
Here we go.
Or
Well, he's going to tell you how great he is. These are all of his great accomplishments here. And with all of these great accomplishments, he cannot prove David Crowley guilty. This sounds like Sean Wright. It's kind of the same thing where Sean Wright, I was close with David. I was his Rolodex, blah, blah, blah. But hey, I can't show you why David Crowley is guilty. All these
Right.
people that claim that he's guilty and they were close, so they would
Wachowski.
know. All they want you to do is to shut up. They don't want you to talk about this. And so this video, and thank you, Sophia, for bringing it, because I had no knowledge of this video. I thought he had done something a long time ago, and I didn't watch it, so I thought that's what we're looking at here. But here we're getting some of Kenneth Maine's views on this case. But he's got to give us his background views after he slanders people and after he accuses Dan Hinnon of doing certain things or hiring him for a certain reason, right? Because he's investigated that. He's obviously investigated why Dan Hinnon hired him, right? He's not just slandering him. No, it can't be.
started a cold case group and had my master's degree studies in criminal profiling and did this and that.
He's got enough proof to show that he did not have 3 cats, 1 dog.
He wasn't in his mom's basement.
He wasn't in his mom's basement, right? He was not a YouTuber for 3 months. Based on that, you need to believe him. Whatever he says going forward here.
When, then you're like, okay, maybe this guy knows what he's talking about. Maybe not. Because I've seen people with some good CVs that don't know shit. Okay.
Well, there you are, and that's you.
But it gives a foundation of what I'm about to speak.
And it gives a foundation of why you're full of shit. That's what it gives to us who have looked into this case, who have actually spent time researching this, and don't call gray state gray space, right? We're not going into outer space here.
And then not only that, he boasts and shows all of his stuff, and then those other freaks of nature who are holding this man up on a pedestal and then demanded to see my credentials. So when I show my umpteen awards in proof that I was an EMT for eons, for almost 10 years, if not, and it actually was longer because I worked outside of a licensure. I worked under a doctor's license. And that, I mean, I have multiple awards myself, and I've been to the medical examiner's office. I've seen dead bodies. I've watched autopsies, but who am I? Who am
Because
I
you don't have
to say
cats.
that I can voice an opinion on what I see as far as the medical aspect of this?
Hmm.
Screw you, asshat. I have a lot of fucking experience. I think I know.
I've looked into this case since 2017, Greg. Is that about right?
Mhm.
Read everything that this case has attached to it from the Apple Valley Police, looked at everything from the Apple Valley Police. I know this case frontwards and backwards. And this guy admits to not reading the reports, but he had access to the reports. I'm sorry, I'm not going to take shit from him anymore. I've said my piece.
All right. Well, I'm going to work on getting 2 more cats and 1 more dog, and I'm going to start another YouTube channel. Just keep it live for 3 months, and then he'll be right at that point.
Well, you have to work at 7-Eleven too. Remember?
Oh yeah, that's true.
Oh,
I
yeah.
need to.
Employment.
Okay, I'm gonna put in a resume for 7-Eleven.
Oh, we don't have 7-Elevens here.
Most people don't have 7-Elevens anymore. This guy is
Darn
living
it.
in the 90s based on things like shouldn't talk about. Okay, here we go.
Go on. So you
Let's
can
go
read
on.
that at your leisure.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. The background summary.
Mhm.
The Crowley family consisted of David, Cormel, and Renaya. That
Cormel?
was the child.
Cormel!
They were found deceased January 17th, 2015 inside the residence. Autopsy of the 3 individuals showed that they died of gunshot wounds. Okay. Police ruled the death a murder-suicide. So that's the official cause of death. Doesn't mean that's what it is. But it's my job to determine, okay, what is it? So then it goes on the investigative task to be completed for the client, find out how they died. Okay, and that's what I went into. The investigation.
Gray space. Gray space.
That's why you failed, because your job was to find out why they died. You failed.
Mm-hmm.
You failed. And
So, is he not even going to go over the police reports? He's just going to go over his report?
That's all he's gonna do.
Oh,
I know.
yeah.
Yeah. I'm just gonna pat himself on the back here.
Catherine.
I am trying really hard to be a decent human being, and I'm failing miserably.
It's okay. It's okay. We already sunk to his level by going down and listening to his video here, where he's patting himself on the back.
Well, it's really funny because one of the questions that Dan had asked that I had wanted to know is, well, what do you make of the marks on the head and the blunt force trauma? His only response was that Dan sent back to me was he wants to know who saw that. Well, because I remember I had my deputy coroner friend, and they were the ones that pointed it out. And then I started, and I'm like, holy crap, you're right. This is multiple blunt force trauma. And so he's like, well, who said that? Because I didn't read that in the reports. It's not in the fucking reports, Ken Maines. That's the problem. This shit is not in there.
Yeah, he's got the
God,
crime scene
this is what
photos.
we wanted you to look at was the evidence. Look at the evidence and then explain to us, help us understand why it wasn't in the reports. And yes, it came from a real live deputy coroner. They're retired now, that had done over 3,000 or 4,000 cases. I think they know what multiple blunt force trauma looks like in a skull. Looking at your credentials, you wouldn't have a fucking clue.
Right.
God, I'm pissed. Sorry, I'm pissed.
Well, it's the thing that it's like, he made this big deal in the very, very beginning of this entire report, saying that, he was like praising the police, saying, oh, they did a good job. They were very thorough. They really weren't. But they had some thorough photos of some things, not of everything, though. In areas where they need to be more thorough, which were a little more important, and they're not as thorough. It's kind of annoying. But he was, he did praise the photographs. If you're going to praise the photographs and then you're not noticing things, it's like, well, come on now. You can look a little harder than that. Come on now. Did you just kind of skim
didn't
through?
even notice that as they're taking these photos, that someone is moving that skull piece on the Quran paper on the floor.
Right.
If you're telling me that these are such wonderful photos, which they're horrible from a photographer point of view, they're god awful photographs, then you should be noticing it. Why didn't that catch your eye? You're an investigator. an investigator,
Mhm.
and you couldn't tell that skull piece was moving from photo to photo to photo. Those are supposed to be in situ, Mr. Maines.
Yeah, not to mention the body's moving and all this, and he didn't notice anything, which means that just calls into question: did he actually even look at the photos? I mean, he might have looked at a few of them, just kind of for shits and giggles here. Okay, I'm going to look at 1, 2, and 3 here, and that's it. And okay, I'm good. Look at the photos. I can say I looked at them. When it came to the police report, didn't read anything. I got it, but I didn't read it.
I mean, I could see that he looked at the 464 photos, that he looked at the photos, he looked at the document, but did he understand them? Did he really look at them, or did he just go, you know what? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way to 464, right? And what was he looking for when he was looking at these photos, when he was looking at these documents? What was he really looking for?
Right.
Was he looking for, because based on what he is saying, a guy hired him. He's pretty much saying Dan Hennon hired him to agree with whatever Dan Hennon thought, to agree with whatever those views were.
Right.
If he really thought that, then why did he take the case?
Right.
Why did he take Dan's money if he really thought that?
It's all about the
Right.
money.
Yep.
It's all about the money.
All about the Benjamins.
All about the Benjamins, baby. They'll take your money, but I mean, when you look at how much money he took from Dan, have a little more respect for your client.
Yep.
Jeez, I mean, if this is the respect that you have for your client, whether you agree or disagree with the client, this is just crazy.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that just I don't know. All right, we're only 8:30.
There's 10 things that I want to accomplish.
Okay.
10
things.
When I do an investigation
10 things.
It's a list. He went down a list, and that's exactly how he investigated this case. And I say that in quotation marks.
Yeah, so he looks at every case in the same way, right? He's got a template. Mm-hmm. He's got things based on his credentials, based on his maybe training, on his maybe propaganda. It doesn't leave much room open for alternative theories, for alternative stuff. Now, I mean, he's a PI, so I don't know what this guy's work. I don't know if he's really been open to other cases, if he's been, how open he has. I can only judge him by what he is talking about with the David Crowley case. I don't care about any of his other cases. I don't care about any of his other accomplishments or failures or anything. I don't care about why he is not a police officer right now and why he is doing what he's doing. The only thing that I care about is, what was he hired for, and did he accomplish that? Let's see.
Like this. And
we can't see the movie.
Okay, hold on. So we got to add here.
Things that I want to look at.
Let me tell you about that. I'm gonna stop it right there, because he's got. Okay, so you can't see it. Okay. Because he just played
now
the
we
ad.
can. Now
okay.
It's there.
All right, I'm going to go back a little bit, a few minutes here, because there was an ad that was played there. So that's how you make money off of YouTube, is ads. I'm not going to find any ads on my videos.
Nope.
I'll be done. Okay, and that's what I went into. The investigation. There's 10 things that I want to accomplish. Okay, and when I do an investigation like this, and things that I want to look at, and those are the background, that's what's going on with the case, just a synopsis.
Now if you look at this thing, this is one of the strangest things here. Look at the background, the watermark on this video. Confidential, right?
And yet he's sharing it because
we've been sharing it for 3 years, but it's just weird that he would write that even there. Is that just for fun? Like, does he really think that, whatever I share with you, Dan Hennon, only this is just between us? It's just like, why even have that little watermark there?
because it's supposed to look professional.
Gotcha.
Reports.
I want to point out
How to
number
read police
2.
reports.
I want to point out number 3 and number 4.
Number
None
5.
of those were done. Yeah, none of those were done. Did he make a timeline? Or did he base that timeline off of the documentary and Death of a Dystopian?
Probably. I'm assuming that's what it was based on.
This is bullshit.
Yeah, he didn't do the criminal profiling or crime scene assessment at all. No suspectology, victimology. Hardly. You can barely even call it that.
Yeah, where's
evidence? He doesn't look at the evidence clearly.
Yeah.
At least not very well. He doesn't come at it from an investigative standpoint. He's like, "Oh, pretty pictures." It's kind of what it came off as. Interviews. Who do you interview?
We know for a fact he didn't go to the crime scene. We know for a fact he didn't do interviews.
Mm-hmm.
And we know for a fact that he didn't read all the reports and look at the research.
Right.
So based on these 10 things, we should see where he documents he did these 10 points.
Right.
Yeah.
All he really did was background, and even then it was crappy. And then his deduction, and really, I mean, he should just put my opinion, not even deduction, my opinion, what he should be doing.
Yeah, he filled in his little boxes from the 94-page report.
Mm-hmm. And the documentary and
the Death of a Dystopian article.
Yeah. This is bullshit. I'm sorry. This is...
Yep.
I can't with this.
So wait a minute. Are you saying he didn't even follow his 10-step process?
Damn right I'm saying it. Because he admits it. He admits that he didn't do the interviews. He admits that he didn't go to the crime scene. He admits that he didn't read all the reports and the research, although it was available to him. He admits all this to us.
No, he didn't do the background, so he doesn't do number 1 because he said, that's what he would want to do in this case. But okay, all right. Well, let's keep going.
Background, that's
background.
What's going on with the case? Just a
background. What's going on with the case? Okay.
Synopsis.
Oh, synopsis. Okay.
Reports. I've got to read police reports. Do research.
Got to read police reports and do research. Okay.
Based off of those reports.
Research based off of the reports.
Okay, we did that and he calls us crazy.
Told you 1,000 times how important that is. Interviews, evidence, victimology.
Wait, did he just say the crime scene revisit is important?
Mm-hmm.
But he didn't do it?
That's what's going on with the case, just a synopsis.
And the crime, I mean, that could just be looking at the photos, right? Looking at the crime scene photos.
Reports. I've got to read police reports, do research based off of those reports. A crime scene revisit. I've told you 1,000 times how important that is. Interviews, evidence, victimology, suspectology.
Interviews?
Criminal profiling, crime scene assessment.
Just looking at past interviews. Okay.
Yeah.
I get it. Okay.
Timelines and deduction. Okay. That's what I want to do.
That's what I want to do. Is that what you did?
To accomplish all those tasks.
Okay.
In this report.
Okay, cool.
So I start off with background. What kind of case is this? Well, we already talked about it. It's an equivocal death, right? All 3 were found by a neighbor inside the residence, deceased. The 3 bodies were located in the living room. That's important. Within close proximity to each other. Police department medical examiner ruled the death to be a murder-suicide committed by the patriarch of the family.
Did the medical examiner rule that?
Yeah, in the autopsy report, she says murder and then suicide. Yeah.
Interesting.
David Crowley. All right, so that's the background. That's what we got to go on. So now the police reports. So I go through the police reports, and I put down here, the peripheral photographs of the home and evidence were extremely helpful, and the CSI team did a fantastic job, in my opinion. I think that they took great pictures.
Bootlicker.
They were easy to follow. They were labeled correctly. They took precautions. I thought they did everything correctly.
Okay.
I put in here religious background. When you're doing a background,
wanna
you got to
say-
consider everything.
One thing about the photos, and all that stuff, they did everything correctly. They had
They
to come.
did
They
not.
had to come back to the crime scene 2 times. This is another thing that I see at so many people who want to believe, or who want us to believe. I don't even know if they believe it. I don't know if Kenneth Maines really believes what he's saying here. I don't know if my fan club really believes what they think here. But they all kind of gloss over so many different things. And this happened with Alec Wilkinson. This happened with Corey Zarowski. This happened with many people back then. I mean, when they were looking into this case and they would ask me questions and I would give them these things. Well, wait a minute. They had to come back to the crime scene to find bullets that they would later tie with Rania and with David Crowley? And you think that that is a thorough investigation? That's not a thorough investigation. All you have to do is say, you know what? They still got it right, but yes, they messed up. They are humans. They messed up. They missed a bullet here. They missed a bullet in the rug. They missed a bullet hole that was right above their head in the ceiling. There's nothing wrong with saying that and then saying, but they still got it right. But they
And-
all
not only
gloss
that,
over it.
if he had read the reports and then looked at the photos, he would know that there were things that were moved prior to the photographer getting there, and you would see that there are several items that are not in situ. There's nothing right about what happened in this case, and for him to sit there and say it's right, again, I question your ability to investigate.
Yeah, I would too.
He would never ever admit what you're wanting, Greg. It's a thing
Well-
of pride for him now.
Is he? I mean, is he still a law officer? Maybe that's why he's not.
I don't know what he is.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't want this guy on my force. All right, let's go.
Thing. Okay. The religious background, when I started researching some stuff, I thought it had importance. Because David grew up a Lutheran, but he wasn't very active in his adult life. Religion wasn't very active from what I saw. His wife, Comel, she grew up a Muslim. Some say that she converted to Christianity in order to marry David, but I find that wasn't entirely true. After they were married, she attended a Muslim worship service once, at least, while visiting with her parents.
This guy doesn't even know that she went to a Christian school, though. So
And
he's
of
not.
course she would go with her family. That's to be expected. Whether she
Right.
converted or not, she would still go to the mosque with her family.
But
Yeah.
I mean, that's it to me. Once I learned that, wait a minute. So she is a Muslim, and she graduated from a Christian school, from a Christian college. To me, that was a big deal, and that's
Yeah.
another thing these people never focus on.
Right.
My parents are one religion and I'm another, and I still go to church with them when I
Yeah.
visit.
Yep.
I mean, it means nothing.
Mhm.
I mean, that's not what I literally meant. It means something to go to church and worship.
Right.
It doesn't mean anything that I'm going to their church. It doesn't matter where you worship. Anyway.
Yeah.
Okay. Never
She
mind.
went there once, so she's a hardcore Muslim. Okay. Let's go.
His wife, Comel, she grew up a Muslim. Some say that she converted to Christianity in order to marry David, but
See, this
I
is
find
another.
that
This
wasn't
is like
entirely-
a. This is some say. Who cares what some say? I don't care what some say. What
He's just-
what like just spout the facts. He's not spouting the facts of this case. He
That's
is
all
He's
he
just
should.
getting everything from the articles.
Mm-hmm. Which
Gee,
just
I
tells
mean-
me, we didn't send him that, did we? Or did Dan?
I don't know.
Is if Dan
No, I
would-
mean no.
'cause I don't think that doesn't sound like something Dan would have sent him.
No, I mean yeah. I don't know.
entirely true. After they were married, she attended a Muslim worship service once, at least, while visiting with her parents in Dallas, Texas. But that was the only information.
Yeah, after they were married, but where did they get married? You know, they got married in a courthouse. It wasn't Muslim, it wasn't Christian.
Right.
It was a courthouse. That's all there was.
That was obtained from a family friend. So it's hearsay. No direct evidence, no video of her being there. Interviews. I wasn't retained to do interviews in this case, so I didn't do any. Evidence. I put in there that the police department did an outstanding job, in my opinion, on collecting and documenting the evidence. I wasn't afforded the opportunity to examine any of the evidence collected. However, looking at the pictures and the evidence logs, it seemed like everything was done
It seems like you didn't look
above and beyond, in my opinion.
Above and
above
beyond.
and beyond.
Wow.
Mhm.
Above and beyond. Not just
It seems that it was done, but it was done above and beyond. Oh my God.
well,
I
that's
had
what
just
it's-
have to ask, would he ever come out against another department?
I
Ever?
don't think so.
No.
I would think so. If he's open to the John F. Kennedy stuff. So I don't so Sarah Witch,
How
right?
do you
Which
wait, Greg? How do you know that he's open to the John F. Kennedy stuff?
only because if he is if he knows Sarah Witch, which I didn't learn about Sarah Witch until, and I'm probably butchering his name. Hopefully it's a guy, but this was a student of him. This is a person that knew him. So if he understands John F. Kennedy and if he understands everything that happened back then, back in the 60s, I mean, dude, you got to keep an open mind to
I
some of
think you're
these things.
giving him way too much credit, Greg.
I agree.
Maybe.
I mean, we don't know what he really thinks. I mean, I'm looking through his
I
stuff
don't.
right
No,
now.
I don't either. I
You
don't know
know, so-
what his views on John F. Kennedy are. You know,
Right.
so if he thinks, you know, Lee Harvey Oswald killed John F. Kennedy, then maybe, you know, maybe that's a whole
Wouldn't surprise
another
me.
thing. But or maybe he's, you know, there are people that leech off real people. So when you have Sarah Witch people that come out and say, look, the way that the government said John F. Kennedy was killed, that did not happen. Then you have people that are going to join that to try to discredit that, right? To make themselves look bad almost. No, I don't know.
Victimology. So, and I always tell
What is victimology?
Study of
It's
the
the study of
victims.
victims.
Okay.
you guys this how important victimology is, and it's the study of victimization is what some people say, but I like
What
to
some
say it's
people
simply
say.
getting to know who the victim is in every sense of the word. So we start with David Crowley. Okay,
So he starts with David Crowley, who was the victim. He claims there are 3 victims here.
He could mean that David is a victim of suicide. He doesn't really clarify
Okay.
what he's saying.
Okay.
Right.
I can see that. All right.
who was he? He was 29-year-old Army veteran, and he was considered the leader.
Let me just say, how can you be a victim of suicide? You cannot. No one else kills you. You have to kill yourself. How can you be a victim of suicide? Maybe that's a whole nother talk for another day. But
Of this anti-government type of movement that was gaining traction in the way of notoriety.
that's not accurate. There's nothing in that is accurate.
Yeah, he
was-
brought up the anti-government thing again.
again, it's like, really?
But
Oh,
I like
my
to
God.
say it's simply getting to know who the victim is in every sense of the word. So
That, to me, that's just so interesting that he recognizes David is a victim. Whatever you want to call it, he is a victim.
we start with David Crowley. Okay, who was he? He was 29-year-old Army veteran, and he was considered the leader of this anti-government type of movement that was.
What is
Oh,
the
for
movement?
fuck's sake.
What is the movement
Where the hell
that
did you get
David
that
Crowley
from?
was? He was not a leader of any movement.
Mm-mm.
There's no movement that he was
Of
a
the
leader
Great State
of.
Film Crew.
This is crazy. I mean, this is ridiculous.
Now he's just propagandizing.
Yeah, yeah, that's slander.
Gaining traction in the way of notoriety.
In the way of notoriety, this guy made a trailer, a 2-minute, 3-minute trailer, cost him $6,000. He has nothing to gain from this. He has nothing to gain from calling George Bush out on these two faulty wars. He has nothing to gain from calling Barack Obama out and saying, why are you continuing these two faulty wars? Look at all these people that are dying here. Look at all these people that are affected by it. Look at our United States soldiers. Look at what happened to them. Look at how traumatized they are because they were forced to do things that they would not normally do. Right? And this guy is a soldier. This guy is a former. This guy served our country too. Man. All right.
It appears that during his second deployment overseas, he became bitter towards the army and the government.
There we go. During his second deployment, he became bitter. Why do you think he became bitter?
Yeah, he probably won't explain it either.
Yeah, I mean, come on. We all became bitter. This is why a lot of people voted Barack Obama in. They thought he was going to be different. They thought there was going to be something different here. You know, we were going to finally end these wars, which never happened. You know, I mean, this guy knows better. This guy, I'm so glad he read off his resume because you have no excuses at that point. You've done all of these great things. You've been through all these great schools. You've done all of these accomplishments, and you still cannot understand that David Crowley did not do this. What a fuck. Either you are a fucking retard or you are a liar.
Both.
Okay? Or maybe, you know, maybe you've been drinking too much Jack Daniels. I don't know.
Moonshine.
He felt what America was doing in the Middle East was wrong, and he was very vocal and passionate about this. When he was discharged,
I mean, who wouldn't be? There are many of us that were trying to stand up for that, and nobody would listen to us because we weren't soldiers who served, because we weren't there. They were saying, well, you guys weren't there. You don't know what really happened there. Here you have a guy that was there. This was a passionate thing for all of us, right? Because many of us were lied to. On September 11th, we were told that it was these Muslims, it was these guys with box cutters, that they did this, so we need to go and start these two wars. But wait a minute, let's not go after Osama bin Laden. No, let's go after Saddam Hussein, who had nothing to do with 9/11. All of a sudden, the gear shift towards there. Many of us have had friends who have served in Iraq, and they did not come back as the same people. And they will never be the same people because of what our government did. Okay, that doesn't doesn't mean that we're anti-government. That just, you know, means that we recognize these wars are full of crap. And a guy like this, if he has served, he should understand that first and foremost. So he should automatically have a bias right there.
charged by the army, he began to work on this movement called
There's
Gray
no
State.
movement.
This
Gray State is not a movement. It was a film. This guy was a filmmaker. He didn't start this until he was in film school after he got out. This guy was stop lost.
Yeah.
He was stop loss. And then after he got out, and he was influenced maybe by some people that he shouldn't have been influenced by, but he understood there was something wrong with those two wars. And there was no need for us to go into Afghanistan and no need for us to go into Iraq. And all that we did was make things worse. The same thing we're seeing with the current president in Ukraine. They're just making things worse. They're not making things better. I mean, this just seems like a guy who understood that and realized he was helpless. What could David Crowley do aside from making a trailer, aside from making a film, from making something, from writing a script? What else could he possibly have done to try to help people, to try to, you know, to get them to understand, look, this is bad. We don't want to go down this road. But they always just want to paint him as some anti-government person.
This movement,
whatever.
from my understanding,
It's a movement.
was about not letting the government take over our fundamental rights as citizens.
From
What is wrong with that?
Okay,
What
well,
is wrong
was
with
doing
not
in the Middle
allowing the
East is wrong.
government to take over our rights?
Right.
There's
He
nothing
was
wrong
very
with that.
vocal and passionate about this. When he was discharged by the Army, he began to work on this movement called Gray State. This movement, from my understanding, was about not letting the government take over our fundamental rights as citizens. Hey, I get it. You know, right, wrong, or indifferent, I get it. So that was this was a passion project of his. Okay. He really dived deep into those waters. Much like my passion for cold cases, his passion was for this movement. And he got a lot of people involved. He had a lot of energy and passion about that movement, and it even turned into what was possibly a feature film that was going to be developed. And he was going to be the producer.
Can you pause it, please? Okay, this was not a movement for the very last time. This was a spring project that he had in film school that turned into a film. And it's not a movement. Deep breaths.
Mm-hmm.
okay.
I can't with this. I just can't.
December 2014, David was obviously feeling the pressure of his attempt to make this movie called The Gray State. And it was
What did he say? By what date?
December. So I want to know, where did he get this information? Because it's not in his journal, and it's not in the Blacklight report, and it's nowhere. Other than
he didn't have the journal, and he didn't have the Blacklight report at that time.
And he got a lot of people involved. He had a lot of energy and passion about that movement, and it even turned into what
I want to hear that.
right,
again.
wrong, or indifferent. I get it. So that was this was a passion project of his. Okay. He really dived deep into those waters. Much like my passion for cold cases, his passion was for this movement. And he got a lot of people involved. He had a lot of energy and passion about that movement, and it even turned into what was possibly a feature film.
He keeps calling it a movement. I mean, if you've looked at anything that David Crowley has said, David Crowley never considered this a movement or anything. This was him, like you said, it's a passion project. It's David Crowley expressing his views through film.
Yeah, but it just, if you remember at the beginning when I told you what he said was the implanting a thought and an idea in his audience minds, he's building on that now. So now so by the end, I can see why people are going to think this guy's so great, because he's putting in these tidbits that aren't true, but the people that are listening don't know. And yeah, psychological manipulation.
Yeah, he's a foxcatcher.
To be developed, and he was going to be the producer.
He was not going to be the producer either. It's not accurate.
This just proves
by December 2014, David was.
Oh man,
December
that's great.
2014.
Obviously, feeling the pressure of his attempt to make this movie.
See, I mean, this is where he gets it very, very wrong. This is another place where he gets it very, very wrong. We're only 13 minutes in here, and we do need to shut this down here pretty soon. But I would love to come back maybe next Sunday and kind of continue this. We can, keep we'll just pick up wherever we left off. But by September of 2014, and if this guy had looked at any of the videos that Dan had done, one of the most important videos is the video that Dan Hennon did with Michael Boggio. And that pretty much shows that by September of 2014, there was no movie. They were going to make this into a script. They were going to make this into a TV series. Mm-hmm. So what he's talking about here, I don't really understand. He's still thinking. It just I don't know. I could go on and on. I don't want to assume what he's thinking or what his views are, but I mean by September of 2014, Gray State is going to be developed into a TV series, not a movie.
Mm-hmm.
And it seemed like David Crowley was okay with that.
Mm-hmm.
He expressed that somewhat in his journal, but he expressed that even more to the public on his Facebook post. If you look at David Crowley's Facebook post from September of 2014, you can clearly see that.
Right.
This guy didn't see that.
The Gray State. And it was equally obvious through his emails and interviews with people who worked on the project with him, he was passionate about the project. But it appeared to me while reading those things that he was frustrated that people didn't have the same intense passion or energy that he did for the project. And buddy, I get that.
Oh my God, that's such crap.
It is hard. Sometimes I get people who want to volunteer for me all the time or hire. And
Sure he does.
it seems like they all fail me because they don't have the passion or live up to the expectations.
Okay,
that
so
I
see,
want.
now he's trying to create
It's a flaw, I believe.
Mm-hmm. He's trying
But
to
it's
say
just
he's
because
up
I'm
here
so
and everybody else is
passionate
below
about
him.
it. I want things done a certain way, and I will not settle for second best.
Oh, his
I feel that
narcissism
David
is
Crowley was in that exact same
gagging me.
position.
He's
And
trying
that's
to.
how I felt.
Okay, can you pause it real quick?
That's how I.
Yeah, and what he's trying to do is he's trying to show that he understands and he's compassionate toward how David felt. So he's trying to show that he's like one in the same.
Nice.
This guy is totally, this is a mental mind screw. End of story. But
Right.
people aren't going to see it.
Because he's made a 2-minute video, for his film, I guess.
Well,
I mean,
that's the thing.
everything he's saying is wrong.
Right.
It's,
Well, like I was saying, it's like he's trying to say that I live up to this standard way up here, and I don't accept anything below this. But it's like, but dude, you're not even living up to your standards that you listed, dude. I mean, so you're actually living far below. Why aren't you firing yourself now?
Right.
Come on now.
By his little comments trying to show that he has some connection and he's similar to David, he's misquoting and misunderstanding everything.
Right. Yeah, he's been quoting that those articles too much and that watching the sloppy way too much.
Mm-hmm.
Just shows.
I interpreted his emails, his text messages that I was able to read. But David became increasingly withdrawn.
What text
Shied
messages?
away from social
That's my
contacts and did not
question right
associate with people that I was able.
And if you
There
got
was
any text
only-
messages,
There
What
was
is
only
it?
2 emails that were available at that time. Also,
yeah, but there's no texts as far as I know.
yeah, exactly. So what the hell is he talking about?
Yeah, which means, I mean, did he call Apple Valley and did they hook him up? If they did, well, why haven't we got any of this?
We were supposed to.
Right, and that's the thing.
Yeah,
Well, that's the thing. It's like,
lazy,
where's this Chris Peck text that the other group keeps claiming is there? We know it's not. We can go through the phone records and see this. I mean, it's not there.
But that's what the police say. So I mean, if he's repeating anything that are in those 94 pages, then I get it.
Yeah, but that's the thing. He's saying he's seen the text messages. He just deliberately said that.
Well, I'm going to go back and we'll see.
Because I'm so passionate about it. I want things done a certain way, and I will not settle for second best. I feel that David Crowley was in that exact same position, and that's how he felt. That's how I interpreted his emails, his text messages that I was able to read.
See?
But David became increasingly withdrawn.
Thank you, Chip.
He shied away from social contacts and did not associate with people outside his immediate circle or friends. This withdrawal was evident to everyone around him, and it became amplified closer to this incident.
Wow.
Not true.
Mm-hmm.
I talk in here about he was controlling of his wife.
This withdrawal that we keep hearing about, mean, they need to focus on that, because what else do they have that shows, anything that, well, maybe David was. I mean, it all goes back to their saying that he was spiraling into madness, into this depression, right? So they have to go back to those certain key words. But that's not what Kenneth Main's job is. If he's a cold case investigator, if he wants to investigate cold cases, and it sounds like he's recognizing that this is a cold case, meaning, from my view, this is an unsolved case here. It's really weird. Usually when you hear about cold case investigators, cold case detectives, they're just not so biased. And it's really interesting how Kenneth Main claims that other people are biased when we can clearly see his bias
Right.
in
And
this report.
and the reality is that the only thing at that time that was saying David was withdrawn and was getting into was the stupid frickin' GS guys and that damn sloppumentary. But when we get his journal and when we see the blacklight reports, there's nothing in there that shows a descent into depression. He clearly is concentrating on rewriting the script. He had a deadline to meet for Hollywood. And all of his internet searches were based on the the script. That's what it was. So how is it that people see, if he wasn't listening and watching that sloppumentary and then taking their biased thoughts from people who were going to be kicked to the curb. See, he's not thinking about that at all. He's taking their word as gospel instead of looking at the bigger picture and saying, okay, this is what people are saying, but where is that proof in the life that he's leading? Because we have that proof now. But if he didn't then, he should have not voiced an opinion. He should have said, my opinion is based on what others have said. This is where it appears to have gone. But no, he's stating it as fact, as if David had spiraled and he was super depressed. He wasn't. He wasn't freaking depressed.
Yeah, you're correct. I'm just busy typing right now. I'm sorry. I was listening to everything you were saying.
Everybody gets quiet when I talk, so sometimes I think I talk too much, so I need to shut up. I get it. I know I talk too much.
No, I mean, the proof is right there in the journal. The proof is right there in the Blacklight report. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's all right there, and people want to ignore it because it doesn't fit their narrative.
Right. Exactly. That you just said it. I mean, you hit the nail on the head, and that's what Ken Mains does. He wants to find that because it's now fitting his biased opinion instead of looking at the overall picture.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, if we're looking at the Blacklight report, somebody was accessing it after David's death. Or somebody was accessing the computer after David's death.
The hard drive, the root drive of that computer was accessed just days before they were found. After all of them were dead, someone else had access to that laptop, either remotely or they were there in person. But, does anybody talk about that? No, but I brought that up to the city attorney. I'm like, you guys better look at this because, damn it, it proves he couldn't have done it.
Mm-hmm.
And they're looking at it, so.
I hope so. I really do. Did Greg go step away real quick so we can talk about something else?
Let's see.
Yeah.
Well, if he's not here to play it, then we can continue to discuss.
Yeah, let's keep
David.
Talking.
No drugs in the system.
Yeah, no, exactly.
The coroner doesn't mention blood on the hands or the feet.
Mm-hmm.
No. And and his blood, I want to make sure that, Ken, if you're going to listen to this, probably not, but hopefully you have the guts to. But the blood that was on the magazine inside the gun, which as a previous officer and military dude, it's impossible for his blood to be on that magazine.
Right.
Not only that, yes, it highlighted fingerprints, but if you read the reports, it states that they believe that the fingerprints were brought out due to blood being dropped on that magazine. Where did David's blood come from? If he wasn't hurt and if he didn't sustain, multiple blood, if he wasn't getting hit in the head and bleeding somewhere, how did his blood get on that magazine to then enhance a fingerprint, a previous fingerprint?
Right.
Explain it.
Oh, and let's discuss item 57.
Yes.
No blood found on it, but his DNA was found on it only after they did the low-key PCR STR test, which means that they had to replicate that DNA that little teeny tiny amount that they found on it over and over and over, hundreds and thousands of times to get the DNA profile.
Mm-hmm.
Which means that bullet, which was it escaped me, I'm sorry. What is it called again? The type of bullet?
Oh, are you talking about
the ammunition? What?
Hollow point.
Yeah, hollow
point.
Yeah,
the hollow point, which has petals that come out once it hits something hard. It would have gotten blood, tissue, hair, all kinds of DNA off of it. But that bullet did not have that on there.
Yes, because that would have looked just like the 2 bullets that they found from Camille that show her hair and tissue wound up within those expanded petals. I mean, you're right. And it's clear as day that was not the bullet that killed him, not only by the position of where his body was and where the exit wound was, and then how the entrance wound was in the ceiling, but it's totally lacking on the bullet itself. And the same thing with Rania. The one that had a little bit of blood on that one, and it was a little bit. Now there was nothing wound within the petals of that one either. So, and then they found that bullet as they were rolling up the carpet. So it could easily be argued that as they're rolling it, that bullet rolled over the spot where her body was and picked up her DNA. That's not the bullet that killed her either. So it's missing 2 bullets. And so where are they, Mr. Ken Baines, if he did this? Where are they?
Well, one thing I do want to bring up real quick, and then we're going back a bit on this, but I forgot to go over this, is the fact that if you go over what he says he introduces to his investigations, he says right there is a 10-step process in which I like to use in reviewing cases. Mm-hmm. And, he does say that he's not going to be able to do all of them. He does say that, but it's still the fact that, his background research was shit. His, going over the reports, I think it's a little apparent at this point, just after what he's already talked about and all this, he's at least skimmed through them at minimum. He didn't do a whole lot of research on them. Obviously didn't do the crime scene revisit, interviews, obviously didn't do that. Evidence, he didn't look at it very well. Victimology, didn't do a very good job at it. Suspectology, didn't do it at all. The crime scene assessment, all he did was just, as you said earlier, just bootlegged. And there's no timeline, there's no deduction. It's just, it's frustrating. I just going over this, I don't know. It's really frustrating me, this guy right now.
Yeah. And, determining what a case is, and, from what I have been told by officers that I've spoken with, and the multiple shows and true crime things that you watch on TV, like The Real 48, as they're showing the real police officers doing the scenes, the first thing they do is every scene you walk into, you treat it as a homicide until it's proven to be otherwise. They walked into this case and walked onto the scene as a murder-suicide and nothing else, and then found things that they think match their theory. But the evidence is completely against it. When you have to take a small petal, a small piece of bullet, and then you compare that to item number 57. So you have 31, which is just a small piece. And then you compare that with 57, and you say, well, this came from item 1. And since we think this one matches this one, so then see, this did come from item 1 too. Instead of comparing this with the actual fired bullets from item 1. They didn't do that. They didn't compare 57 with the ones that they got from item number 1. Why not? That doesn't make sense. And in their ballistic reports, when it shows they did 4 test fires, 2 that were good, 2 that they couldn't really use, and they say poor reproducibility. This whole entire thing is flawed from the get-go. And, I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm taking over. You guys talk.
No, I mean, it's true. I mean, that bullet fragment wasn't even tested or anything like that. Item 31 was not DNA tested.
No.
So why were they even trying to compare it to item 31?
The lands and grooves is what they were comparing on item 57. But the whole thing is why do they not compare item 57 with the test fires from item 1?
Yeah.
Why are they using 31, this small fragment, and then say, oh yeah, see, we got a match? That just doesn't make sense to me.
Because they couldn't reproduce the bullets that they found at the scene.
That's what tells me.
And it says it right there in the BCA, the large one that Greg and I got. So, I mean.
Where is Greg? Greg, are you listening? You need to come take my face off the screen, dude.
See, I kind of feel like they were kind of hoping there wasn't going to be a whole lot of people really looking at the case, even though they were getting FOIAs and all this kind of stuff. I think that kind of freaked them out a bit, and that's why I think that's part of the reason why they also want to shut down. They're getting a lot of heat for it because, I mean, the David Crowley case has been getting a lot more attention lately too. So,
well, yeah, and when we're considered armchair detectives, right? Whatever, they're trying to degrade us. But, when we're looking at these reports and we come up with a list of close to 100 inconsistencies, things that don't match up, if this were true, that's a massive problem. Right. And then when we can prove that they manipulated photos, that they were moving things, like the skull piece on the Quran. And you can see in their photos, you watch the progression of them moving it, taking. They're not supposed to do that. Go ahead, William. I cut him off so many times. Sorry. Oh,
William?
No. I know. Did he leave too? See, I can't see who's there because Greg only has my face on the screen, so I can't see who's in the studio.
Let's see if I can find out. I can't. All I see is just me saying, I'm in the show now. Everyone can see and hear you.
We're trying. Greg, come back. Where are you, dude? Come on. Did you send him a text?
I don't know where he is.
Oh man, because we should probably cut this off and shut it down, but we can't. He has to do it because if we leave, it just goes to a blank screen, right? Forever and ever and ever until he goes in and shuts it off.
I mean, he didn't say anything in the chat that he would be back or anything. So now we're left holding the bag.
I know. And then William disappeared. William, are you coming back? Hello.
Let me text him too.
Yeah. Sorry, everybody. But back to Ken Maines, it's like, I think by now it's evident that he didn't really do any investigation. He read a report, he watched a Netflix thing, and then maybe read, it appears that he read the dystopian article, but that's not investigating, and then when you present something and say, but what about this? Explain this, please. If, we're looking at this and it's telling us one thing and the police reports don't talk about it. Hello. Because it goes against the grain. So can you explain it? Oh, well, I didn't read that in the police reports. And then leaves it. That's not investigating anything, Ken. Not at all. Yeah, I think we're all disappointed and we're angry. Not because of your view. if you took your view and you came away saying you thought David was guilty based on true investigation, fine, great. But you're basing it on your opinion based on a report that you read with zero research. Zero.
I just want to say something for the other group out there. There is no lawsuit in regards to this video right now. We are doing a clapback to Ken Maines with actual facts from the case. So
Is somebody saying that we're gonna what?
Just one of the retards is saying that Ken Maines' lawyer is downloading this video right now for a lawsuit.
Oh, whatever.
It's such bullshit. They're just trying to shut us down from speaking.
Sorry,
and
that doesn't scare
there's
me.
nothing.
Yeah, I mean, because everything we are saying, we have proof. I read you the email. I mean, right here where, Dan specifically states, Ken says everyone sees things differently. That is why two people looking at the same thing in court argue about what they see, even though it's the same thing. That's true. People interpret things differently. That's true. And then he goes, it's obvious others will look at the same facts and have a different opinion. That is true. But then Dan, because Ken was telling everybody that we were trying to get him to see things and say things our way, when we have proof. Dan says, I'm not interested in a debate. I also am not looking into persuade. I'm also not looking to persuade you. I have put together a list of 15 points of clarification. Just want to make sure we're on the same page. That's the exact opposite.
The emails need to be made public in the group.
Absolutely.
And if Ken Maines wants to have a little lawsuit like somebody's claiming, then I welcome it, because we can knock that out of the park right then and there with the emails.
Well, I was actually going to say what we could do if you guys wanted.
Aren't those public or no? They're not out there right
emails?
Yeah.
No, the emails are not.
If you guys wanted, I can switch up my schedule tomorrow if you guys want to just come on, or not tomorrow, but Wednesday night. And we can just go and have a whole show about that.
Yeah. Sure.
And we'll just have the emails. We'll have this. We'll break down the entire thing and just show the world. Look, this is what was said. This is what was actually occurring. He's lying.
Yeah.
It needs to be said. So.
Yeah, because I mean, Dan is not that kind of person that is going to demand somebody to have to agree with him. Right. He's mature enough to say, what do you think? What do you see? This is what I see. Great. Now let's go our separate ways. But instead, Ken Maines is making by his video, he's trying to make it sound like, oh, you better agree with us or else we don't want anything to do with you. Here's money. We're going to pay you money to get you to agree with us.
Right. And that was never true. That was
never.
Talk about a fragile ego.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the problem with this guy here is, I haven't heard anything about him trying to sue us or anything, but the whole thing with Ken Maines is the fact that his report, there's nothing there, and it was a big waste of money.
Mm-hmm.
It's like he just looked at it and he's like, well, I'm going to go take the side of the police here, take their narrative, as I think that looks pretty good. Like you guys were saying, like we've all been saying about the photos, is like, well, bodies move, this move, yeah, but photos here, yeah, it's great evidence collection here. You screwed up on all this here.
Yeah. I could see paying him a couple thousand, but $7,000 for what he didn't do? No.
Right. Well,
that's highway robbery.
Yeah, that was.
This basically what he was doing. It's like he's like $7,000 for me to go look at some pictures, and I will give you my opinion. Here's what I've got listed as who I'm going to side with, and I'm going to claim I have all this experience here, I have this experience here, but I don't live up to this expectation here. I'm pretty lazy when it comes to all this stuff. That's really what it came down to. He's like, just listing all these things. Where he's just like, yeah, I'm just going to go and I think I'm worth this much when I'm really not.
Right.
So.
Right. Well, we should probably get going. Greg, we've been on here almost 3 hours.
Long stream.
All right, let's go a few more minutes if anyone can hang in there with us here. We're only 15 minutes.
And I gave evidence of that, of why that was. And you can read it here and read it at the end of this video.
It's all there.
He was a strong alpha male type. He was a leader, and people followed him. You can't be taught that.
He was a leader.
Some people think you can. Well, I think
David Crowley never considered himself a leader of anything. Of anything. Actually, there were a lot of people he surrounded himself with that they all considered themselves leaders of certain movements, of certain things. David Crowley was one of the most humble people involved in the quote unquote truth movement, which there is no quote unquote truth movement, just like there is no quote unquote true crime movement. There are real people that are looking into these things. There are people that can do it in a very positive way, and there are people that suck at it. Kenneth Maine sucks at doing this stuff.
Well, I mean, the thing is, when it comes down to it, I think he might have did something similar to what I did, which, I mean, yeah, Myers-Briggs, I mean, you can't really do it unless you're doing it yourself, but you can throw other people through it. It's not going to be super 110% accurate, which, I mean, even then when I did a whole video on that, you know, well, the Twitch stream on that before I was banned.
Twitch, are you still banned on Twitch?
Well, it's technically an indefinite suspension, but yeah, I'm still.
All
so right. I'm not going to ever be back on there. That's fine. I'm sticking with just YouTube, Rumble, and Odyssey, so they can kiss my butt on that one. But when it comes down to the end of the day, it's like, I mean, you go over how David's personality was. Yeah, he had the qualities for a leader. However, you didn't really see him like necessarily taking a ton of leadership roles. You know, he worked a lot. It almost seemed like he worked more by himself, but yet he was pretty extroverted. You know, we can see that he was very, very social. You know, but he wasn't, he was taking more kind of an introverted stance on the project. He didn't really want a ton of people involved. You know, he had those he wanted involved, which I will agree with Kenneth on that, is the fact that he was very, very much, he was kind of picky with who he brought on after a while.
Sure.
You know, because he wanted Danny August Mason out. He wanted Mitch Heil out. He wanted Sean Wright out. I mean, he wanted all these guys out. He's like, no, these guys are just, they're a waste of space. And where do we see this? We see this directly from the Journal.
A waste of gray space.
Exactly.
Gray space.
But that's the thing. It's like, I mean, I even came to the conclusion, the guy, I mean, from what I gathered, I would definitely say he's an ENTJ. So definitely more of a leader type of person. But once again, just because you have the leadership personality doesn't mean you're going to be a leader. You know, as for him saying he's an alpha, I mean, that's a different category of things, I would say.
I mean, these are not things that I would expect from a detective, from a person in law enforcement, from a PI, right? Yeah. And this is, I mean, these are things that, you know, okay, let's casually talk about all of these different things. But when you're talking about your report, and you have a physical printout, look at this thing. Look at this image right here. He has printed out his report, and he is going to try to stand by his report to say that David Crowley is guilty. You're full of shit.
Yeah, 100%.
There's no way. I mean, you can say, you know what, based on, you know, my report, I think David's guilty, blah, blah, blah. But this is one of the main reasons why, when you look at this name here, a real cold case detective's opinion, it's not fact.
Right.
It's not fact. It is not proving it. There's nothing that he is going to give you in his opinion that shows why David Crowley is guilty. All he has given you is all of the crap that we've been hearing for years and years and years. But when we try to narrow it down and say, okay, you believe this, there's nothing wrong with that. If you believe David Crowley is guilty, cool. But don't act like you can prove he's guilty, because you can't.
Right.
It's a big
that's the thing, is it's the same thing we always bring in almost every single one of these discussions. Well, you know, if you guys are so certain that David did this, then provide the evidence, provide the proof. Which photo proves this? What's anything here that proves that David did this?
Right.
And the thing is, at the end of the day, there's never going to be anything because there isn't anything.
Right. But they want to make it so
Mhm.
quickly. You just want to write a book, you just want to make it seem like this is unsolved no more. No, it's
Right.
not. It is not. And to, this is not this is an unsolved case. This is a cold case, whatever you want to call it, but it's not unsolved no more. Kenneth Maines is not going to give you the answer to what happened with David Crowley. People need to understand that. There's nothing wrong with listening to his view, whatever his opinion is on this case, but also recognize how lazy Kenneth Maines is and how he has not done the research, how he has not looked at many of these things that are related to this case. And if Kenneth Maines wants to debate me, if he wants to come on where we can have a one-on-one talk, where we can say, he can show his views why he thinks David Crowley is guilty. I'll show my views why he thinks David Crowley, why I think David Crowley isn't guilty. Those conversations can always happen, but they never happen because these people do not want to get into a debate. They do not want to confront or be confronted by people that understand David Crowley is not guilty. They have their own views, their own opinions, and their own reasons why they do not want to have a discussion with people that understand David Crowley is not guilty. And it's very sad. And all of the people that are focused on Kenneth Maines, I don't believe that there are many people that are, that really take Kenneth Maines' views on this case seriously. They may take his view on other cases seriously, but not on this case. And there was a
Right.
big reason why. Because he has not provided any evidence to show David Crowley is guilty in this case.
Right.
You can, but a natural leader, it becomes more evident and people will follow you. And I think David had that. He was not eccentric, but he was driven. He was a creative artist with a strong business sense and strong opinions, in my belief. He seemed to be of high intellect, and along with that level of intelligence.
This is another thing. I'm so glad Kenneth Maines is at least reading this and at least letting people know, this is not going to help him if he is making this hour video to help, to try to convince people why David Crowley is guilty. That's not going to work. But there is a lot of great things that he said in this report that show you why we have more reason to believe David Crowley did not do this. This is another guy with with his resume. He brings his resume out, and and in the end, he cannot prove David Crowley is guilty. It's one more person. People can bring their resumes out, right? Catherine, Leon Kelly, right? They bring their resumes out, but they can never really say David Crowley did this. It just cannot happen. It will not happen. The investigators, if the investigators cannot prove David Crowley did this, why would anybody else assume that he did? Now, on the flip side, you have people that think, well, the government did this. Well, he was the shadow government did it. Well, he was killed by these people, right? They can't prove that either. But at the same time, what it really comes down to, nobody can prove David Crowley did this. He is innocent.
Right.
And sometimes comes a never-ending search for answers that may never come. I believe Dave Crowley had this never-ending search for answers. That was my opinion of him when I looked into his background.
He's very clear to give his opinion.
He seemed to be one of these people that just did not sleep a lot, just was always constantly learning. He had a lot of creativity in his brain. And sometimes I've seen people that drives them mad,
So he's trying to associate people that he's seen in the past with David Crowley. That is not
He's insinuating that
He's
he
insinuating.
believes since David didn't sleep much, that drove him crazy. That's the implication, and then people will infer that by what he just said. And this is what I'm talking about: psychological manipulation. It's not right. He, opinion or not, you don't. He's leading people to think a certain way. It's the same thing that they did in the documentary. I know a lot of people who don't sleep but maybe 2 hours a night, and they're freaking geniuses, and they work their butts off, and they don't go around killing people. I don't see people just being driven mad. That's ridiculous.
It's that awkward
Yes.
pause again.
Yes, I see the thing in chat. I
Yeah.
agree with it. Do it. Do it.
A literal sense, I guess that's a bad choice of words, though. It frustrates them. It's just a never-ending search, and that's what it seemed to me that he had.
A never-ending search. No. All right. Well,
No.
that's his. That's his
So
view.
it's December.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Are you watching the chat, Greg? Because I think you should drop a link for Judy, since she's
Sure.
watching this right now.
Sure.
Let her
Yeah.
come on here. She can debate us.
Nice. Okay. Yeah, she wants to come on.
We'll stay extra for you, Judy,
I'm game.
and we'll be nice. No, everybody, be decent.
There's
There you
your
go.
link, Judy. It's right there in the comments.
So Judy can, because I don't see any comments from her or anything from her.
No,
She's,
it's okay. I know that she's watching it.
okay. Okay.
2014 approached, he started losing weight. That is evident by looking at photographs.
It's not evident by looking at photographs. We have no photographs from that point. What photographs is this guy talking about?
And again, he didn't have access to the journal. And in the journal, David was trying to lose some weight, and he was working out, and he was trying to get a better physique and better in health. So jeepers, duh.
But what photographs?
Yeah, you're right.
Would
There
he
are no
have
photographs.
access to
Right.
that would show anything like that. This is
None.
something that would come from other sources. So maybe he was doing other research. Maybe he was doing other things to look into this case, which,
But
maybe.
this is the problem, though. This is where he's throwing out those insinuations and those innuendos, and people are saying he lost weight. But when you go to David's own words, David is saying, I'm working out, I'm looking great, I'm looking better than I have ever before. I went from this and I'm down to this now, and things are fantastic. So he's doing this to get better, and they're turning around telling the world, oh, he was losing weight because he was depressed.
Right.
This is the crap I'm so sick of hearing.
Right. And by those standards, wherever he's getting the information that David was losing weight, shouldn't the opposite hold as much weight, right? Shouldn't we say, wait a minute, okay, well, if there's someone that can say like he wasn't losing weight,
buddy?
right? I mean, it just seems very, very biased. Seems very biased, and it was so interesting within the first 4 or 5 minutes where he's talking about other people being biased, and everything that he's done in these 16 minutes here, 15 minutes, is all bias.
Yes.
That just seems it just seems like he is on the defensive. And it really makes me wonder, somebody is like taking a whip and smacking his ass and just saying, dude, you are wrong on this case. And he's like, no, because he has to double down. So instead of saying, you know what, maybe I got this wrong, he is going to double down. Well, if you want to debate me, then you can triple down. And I will show you within 5 minutes why you are full of shit, why David Crowley is innocent. And it's not just me, it could be anybody here on this panel.
Yeah, I would more than willing have to do a live. I'll do one with, it's like, let's go. I have the questions, and I had a lot of the questions that he didn't answer. Well,
Right.
they're still there. Explain those to me. I would love to hear you. And I mean, I've seen enough, but I would really love for him to explain something, not just give me your opinion, but show me the facts and the evidence. We're showing you the facts and the evidence of how he couldn't have done this, how he was a victim of murder, and then we're called biased.
Right, but it's the other part of it that it's if you come to an opinion, there's usually something there to back it. I just want to know where he's coming from, honestly.
Yeah.
How did you come to this conclusion and why? Nothing wrong with asking that. He's a former I guess current investigator. So I mean, there's nothing wrong with asking that. He should be used to these types of questions.
Sure.
Because at the end of the day, since he was a detective, before, he solved these cold cases, he's got to be able to provide evidence, not just an opinion. Even as a private eye, he'd still have to provide evidence for these things. So why is he dodging it?
Why is he not a detective now?
Who knows? I mean, it could very well be. Maybe he retired. Maybe he quit.
Maybe. Sure. Well, you know what? He's not doing a very good job on this case. This is a slam dunk case. And if you don't understand that David Crowley is innocent on this case, I'm not gonna follow you on any of these other cases.
Exactly.
There are many people that will just understand. They like Kenneth Maines, and there's nothing wrong with them. I kind of like him too. But if I hadn't have known him from this case, that may be a very different thing. It's the same thing with Alex Jones, right? I was a big Alex Jones fan. Many people for years were telling me, Alex Jones, you got to be careful with him, et cetera, et cetera. And I looked into all of these different things. It was only until the David Crowley case that I was like, you know what? I'm not going to pay attention to Alex Jones going forward. Because of the David Crowley case. It had nothing to do with any of his views or his opinions on anything else. It was because of these, this is a slam dunk case. If people don't understand that, I don't know. I just hear what
now, his
got
wife was a dietitian, so maybe, that could play into it, but I don't think so. He looked disheveled and crazy.
Who is saying that? I mean,
he's getting that
was
from
Sidra.
Oh,
That was Sidra.
Okay, let me go back a little bit because I cut him off here.
He started losing weight. That is evident by looking at photographs. Now, his wife.
What photographs? There's no photographs that showed that he was losing weight. What photographs do we have of David Crowley from September of 2014 until he was dead? That is propaganda that is coming from Sean Wright, from Mason Hendricks, from certain people, right? So did he contact them? Did he take the time to contact Sean Wright, to contact Mason Hendricks, to contact the people from the Gracie team? Did he take the time to contact them, but he did not take the time to research other things?
And even if he did, where did these guys get the photos? Because they were all complaining how David took them to the side.
There's no photos of it.
So it's like,
where are these photos coming from that he's talking about?
Uh-huh.
This is bullshit.
So maybe, that could play into it, but I don't think so.
I don't think so. So maybe because his wife was good at trimming fat, maybe that's why David Crowley looked. That's why David Crowley looks so good. But no, it couldn't be that, right?
Well, even then, you listen to. I mean, if you go over his journal, he talks about how he's basically. I mean, like he talked about his physique.
Yep.
Just shortly before his passing, or his homicide. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
When is that?
I'd have to go over it again, but
he was talking about how
he was in the summer
doing it on purpose. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, he was literally cutting certain things. I mean, he was doing things you could tell. I mean, he was
because it's Hollywood. This is Hollywood.
Yep.
He is preparing himself Hollywood, for the
Right.
red carpet, which he's already walked down. He's walked down at least one red carpet. He understands what that is,
Right.
right? And if Kenneth Maines wants to be a part of Hollywood, he should understand that too, right? You may want to ditch that shirt that you got going on there if you want to walk down a red carpet here. But I mean, I don't. Okay, here we go.
Look disheveled and crazy.
Disheveled and crazy. I mean, where do those specific words come from that this guy who was a former detective would think that that would be relevant to put into something that your client asked you to create for $7,000?
Death of
Why
a
would
dystopian. That's where it came from.
Yep.
I didn't hear you. What did you say?
Death of a dystopian.
Oh, yes, yes.
I can actually find it and I'll read it off when I do.
According to witnesses, neighbors and stuff.
according to witnesses, neighbors, and stuff?
Okay, there's Judy.
According to witnesses, neighbors, and stuff, he looked like shit. All right. We hear this from two sources who both believe that Judy is crazy. Sean Wright, Mason Hendricks, and they both believe that Judy is full of shit and she's a crazy back crap crazy.
Oh,
Okay.
the things they've said about her is not nice.
Right.
Oh, man, they've been horrible about her.
If those are the two sources, I mean, she is. It is a big stretch, but that is
This was in strong contrast to his prior appearances. Okay.
and that's another thing. This was. I mean, he is just. This is not a private investigator. This is not what you hire I mean, I don't believe Dan Hannon hired him. This is why he may have been disappointed in Kenneth Maines. Dan Hannon never made a video to say, well, Kenneth Maines was full of shit or blah, 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 or anything like that, right? It was just like, okay, this is what Kenneth Maines says. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
And Kenneth Maines is making it seem like there were like all of this stuff that was out there that, oh, this guy is crazy. I mean, it seems like there are many people in the quote unquote true crime scene investigation community that they were like, dude, this.
And all he's doing is following the template that was given by the police and by Sean Wright and others, instead of investigating and looking to see if that template was true. Because if you look past their ideas and past what the police had written, and if you looked at the evidence, you would find within a fraction of a second it's not true.
His appearance alarmed his friends and family. This is a strong indicator that something was not right with him.
His appearance alarmed his friends and family, even though
I
they
never
had
heard
not
that
seen
from his
him.
family.
They
Yeah.
hadn't seen him for months. So what appearance could have alarmed the friends and family? Okay, first of all, there's no appearance that could have alarmed the family because the family had not seen him. The only people that had seen David Crowley were maybe four people: Danny August Mason, Mitch Heil, Sean Wright, Mason Hendricks. That's it. So he would have to go off of those four people.
Yep.
Everybody else, including other neighbors, said there wasn't anything weird, nothing, they didn't sense anything strange. They didn't see anything, and they were living right there.
Yeah, the ones who actually saw him go in and out his backyard, his back door. They didn't say he looked weird, disheveled, and crazy. They just said, he was normal.
Yep. And there was a neighbor across the street who had talked with them. Nothing.
Yep.
No. So, but he's just, this is it. I don't know. Here we go.
See, again, how I always talk about, you don't have to dive down into certain rabbit holes. Things are what they seem.
Isn't that
You're
what
a
he's
very
doing?
intelligent guy. Is very.
Isn't he diving down into the rabbit hole that David Crowley did this?
That
Is
he was
that not
crazy.
a rabbit hole?
Yes. There's nothing to prove that. And yeah, he dove head first. Yep.
Yeah. Wouldn't that be a rabbit hole? Like, that would be
Yes.
one of the biggest rabbit holes that I would say, you know what? As an unbiased person, I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole because they want me to believe David Crowley did this because he went crazy. Okay, that's a rabbit hole. These other people on the other side, they want to say David Crowley did this because the government killed him, right? So you have two rabbit holes. Those are the two, like, east and west things here. Why go down any of those as a detective?
Yeah, you don't. Yeah.
Passionate about a project. But he's starting to withdraw. He's starting to control his wife, who she sees, who's allowed in his home.
I just really hope this guy is not a detective, an active detective on any department right now.
He's not prim and proper.
I want to address his saying that, you know, he, along with other people, are saying he controlled Kamel. Kamel didn't get controlled by David. When you're reading his journal, and he didn't even know that she was upset. I mean, he didn't know she was going to quit her job. She did that on her own. And he found out, like, okay, my wife's quitting her job. And when it was her arguing with her family every single day, her sister constantly calling, arguing with her. And then David would have to step back going, oh man, I'm going to have to pick up the pieces. I need to stay out of this. That's not right. Controlling your wife, you dip. That's from supportive.
Yep. That's from David's journal, right?
Yes.
Where he says, like, they would be arguing and he would go into a different room, right?
Yeah, because
he wasn't standing there trying to say, hey, Kamel, you need to tell them this, you need to tell them. That's what it makes it sound like. Yeah. That's not accurate.
No, he just let her be, and he picked up the pieces because she was so upset with her family when she got off the phone. And then she would, because, you know, a lot of people do, when you're upset, you take it out on people around you. So he knew he was always, there's going to be some stuff to happen today. I guess I better just hopefully. And then he tried to make it better for her. That's not controlling her. Oh, sorry. I just had to clarify that because sorry, too much. I just wanted to clarify.
Yep.
Disheveled, actually gets a mohawk.
Gets a mohawk.
Dummy.
He almost has a mohawk. He's almost got a mohawk going on here. Come on.
So Danny August Mason had one. Is he crazy too now? Did he snap and do this now? Are we going to blame him?
This is just crazy.
Wow.
It's so interesting. And the main thing that I loved about what Dan Hannon did, paid $7,000 to see how deep this really goes.
Yes.
To me, it really just seemed like there is really something happening here where you have so many different people on very high profile levels, and they all just either do not want to talk about this case, including soldiers that have served with David Crowley. They don't want to talk about this. They're not coming out and saying, yeah, David Crowley's guilty or whatever. They have a lot of questions.
Well, even
privately.
Even the soldiers who have come out and done videos and TikToks or whatever, or Instagrams, and have said, you know, he did not do this. I know him and he would not do this. I have reached out to every single one I could find, and not one of them, not one has responded and said, yes, let me talk. And it's like they did one video and gone.
I know. And that TikTok video was actually somebody who was contacted by a soldier. So it wasn't really done by a soldier, right?
Well, I've contacted the soldiers, anybody and everybody I could find, and nobody. It's like none of them believe he did it, but nobody's willing to come out and talk about it.
I know. Isn't that interesting? I mean, doesn't that show maybe there's
something else.
There's something else to it. I don't know. It's pretty fascinating to me. All right.
Wide-eyed. Neighbors describing him as crazy.
Neighbors describing him
That
as crazy. This guy David had lived there for 1 year, not even 1 year, not even a year, not even 365 days, Kenneth Maines. And you're really going to, I mean, they don't know what the fuck who this guy is. They don't know what their family is. They don't know anything about this thing. And you're really going to say that, I mean, this is one of the main things too, because a lot of people do not understand how long did they live at this residence. It was less than 300, it's probably, depending on when they were found dead, I guess, 365 days, 1 year.
Yeah.
Okay, that's it. So within 1 year, you're going to tell me that a neighbor is going to say that I'm crazy based on 1 year of living next to me? Bullshit. Bullshit.
Right.
Not going to happen. I mean, that's their view if the neighbor really thinks that, but I can tell you that there are many neighbors that did not think that. Only one that came out and said that later. Judy Prochnow was the only neighbor that came out and said that she hated David Crowley. How the fuck can you hate somebody that you knew for less than 365 days?
Yep.
Why would you hate them?
And then be vocal about his guilt. Say you hate him, and then say he's guilty.
And drag him through the mud. Drag him through the mud.
Yeah.
For how many years?
Yep.
Wow. Talk about some buried truth.
It's a picture, and that picture's right in front of you. You don't have to go out here. Okay?
I'll give you a picture that's right in front of you. Okay? The picture is David Crowley guilty or is he not? If you are a detective and you got a couple badges there right next to you, right? So you got a couple of things like that. Do you not understand this? Do you not associate exactly all of the things that you have, the couple badges that I see right behind you? Do you not associate that with saying, you know what? There was a reason why we were able to find whatever happened, why I got these records, we were able to find these people that were guilty. This case is so different. I don't know. Go ahead, Catherine.
I was just going to say, and as a so-called former investigator, police officer, military man, Mr. Ken Maines, you mean to tell me that you're going to believe so-called eyewitness testimony and everybody's, word straight off the bat? You're not supposed to believe anything until you can corroborate it with the evidence to make sure what that person is telling you is true. Now, if you had done that once, just once, you would have found out that everything that you were now quoting and spouting as truth was an absolute lie and fabrication and a distortion of facts. I have a problem with your methods.
Yep.
We agree, Tranquility.
Oh, here he goes.
It appeared that David used marijuana and hints of alcohol and mushrooms, according to his journal.
There you go.
The marijuana was evident at the crime scene.
So he's talking about the journal.
So he did have the journal. So he must have been talking to Sean. It wasn't in his system, Mr. Ken Maines. He was clean.
Yeah. Okay. Go back to you got the journal.
No means diminishes his character, but we have to wonder, is this a normal thing for him and his wife? So pre-offense, post-offense behavior. Okay. I talk about that. That is what was happening before a crime was committing and what happened after. What were the changes in a person? So I want to know, okay, was mushrooms, hallucinogenic being used, and marijuana, was that common in David Crowley and his wife's life? Or was it something that just started a week prior to this? Because if it is, that's an indication to me that, hey, something might not be right here.
He's
that's why it's
misguiding
important.
people.
Drug use should not be an indicator of somebody's intelligence level, somebody's character. Okay. Now, if they're a junkie, that points you down one way because there's a lot of things that can go wrong with somebody getting marijuana. If it's somebody that's just experimenting, it's different. Okay.
Can we pause real quick? Are you there, Greg? Oh, Barney's not.
It also appeared to me that David did not have a job. And I think that could have.
Okay, thank you. I really want to address this drug thing because again, he was leading people and insinuating. That's what I'm trying to think of. The reality is the toxicology came back clean. Kamel or David, neither one of them had any drugs in their system. They didn't have shrooms. They didn't have pot. They had nothing. No alcohol, nothing. And if you're reading David's journal, he talks about, yes, they did try shrooms, but he didn't like it. He's like, okay, we need to stop this. I don't like what that did to us. Or maybe it was the pot. And they're like, okay, I don't really like what this stuff is doing. And he had only just started smoking pot. And then they decided that they'd had enough. They didn't like it. Yes, they did for a while during the summer, but he said, no, I'm not doing this anymore. But this Ken guy is trying to make it sound like, oh, well, this could have been it. He could have been high on these drugs and it might have sent him down made him do bad things. Ken, read the autopsy reports. The toxicology is clean. He had no drugs in his system. Okay, there. I just had to clarify. Thank you, Greg. You can go back.
That's good. Okay. Looking at some of the comments here.
The comments are good. Yeah, they're good.
It has to be money. It's always a motive and not truth. Yeah, I mean, with Kenneth Maines, it's like, man, like we expected so little. I didn't expect much from what Dan Hinn did. I didn't understand how much money he spent on that.
Yeah.
Because that's a lot of money.
It's a lot.
For me, it's like, and to do that and not tell anybody, hey, I'm not hiring, Dan Hinn just hired this person. I didn't know who the freak Kenneth Maines was. And Dan Hinn didn't tell me until like very, very late. Like, almost, I think right until the report was going to come out. And that's good because I don't want to know, just trying to see. Tranquility is making some. Weed doesn't make you crazy. It makes you self-aware. Yeah. Let me try to add Sophia back to this. Yeah, I mean, that's people are attacking him by using drugs. Yeah, I mean, and that's why it's almost like when you look at when Kenneth Maines is talking about the drugs, I don't know how, he's just kind of like, he's in California too, so it's, drugs are not a big deal here. All right, well, I say let's go back because I don't want to go too much longer. Let's go back to
put some stress in their life because his wife appeared to support him financially. I put here there had to be some financial burden upon the family as they had cell phone bills.
But there isn't. If you have read the 94 pages of police reports, you can see there was no financial burden. That is very clear. You have a $14,000 check that is left on their doorstep. It's not left in the mailbox. It's not transferred from a bank account. There's a $14,000 check left at the front door. There is no financial motive.
Utility bills and a mortgage to pay, and she was just a dietitian. He was frantically trying to get this Gray State film financed, and he
got it financed. That's the thing that Kenneth Maines, again, a detective. Is this guy really a detective? I mean, we need to get Steven Sanziri on here too, because how could this guy be a former detective and not understand this stuff? Unless he just doesn't have access to the info. Maybe there
But
is a
he had it there. I know Dan gave him access and told him where all of the stuff was on the Facebook page. He just didn't read it, just like he didn't read the autopsy reports. The
Right.
man is just going by other people's opinion and he's running with it.
for $7,000.
Yep.
You're not going to take some time. I mean, this is the whole thing. Okay, you took Dan's money, $7,000. Okay, so at least be open to having a open discussion with us now. Now that you've taken his money, let us talk about these things. Let us clarify these things, because that is what is in the contract, or that is what is in what Dan Hannon signed, to say, hey, this isn't the final thing, right? Kenneth Maines made that very clear, that if you have further things, if you have things that he has not looked at, he will be open to it, and he will look at it, and he will reinvestigate that.
Yeah.
I think that's where we are now.
Yeah, but when you're looking at this little video that he's done, that is not, I mean, it's like, it's case closed. I'm shutting you off because you guys are crazy and I'm right. And that you're just trying to push me to say what you want. I don't see him as being open to actually even fulfilling his contractual duties.
Legally, he probably is, because he has signed that contract with Dan Hannon. So he could.
Would you trust him though?
I mean, I would love to hear his. I mean, I'd love to see. I love watching this video because he has given me a lot of things that I've been wondering about. I've had questions about.
Yeah, that's
But
true.
now that he's given that, now I really hope that he will do what he said in the paperwork. I don't know if it's a contract or not, but in whatever he and Dan Hinnon agreed on, is that if Dan Hinnon had more questions, and if he wanted to follow suit, if he wanted to follow it, that the contract that he had, or whatever it is, the paperwork, the agreement that they had, he would be open to answer more questions. So that's what I'm hoping, that he will do, and he will kind of address some of these questions that maybe he didn't know back then.
Well, he's had plenty of time. I don't know. See, I guess you give people the benefit of the doubt, and I'm like, well, he's had these
it just doesn't seem like he is. I mean, I don't see anything here that he's saying right now in 2023, 2022, at the end of 2022. I don't see anything here that he is saying that he hasn't said back in 2019. So maybe he just hasn't done the research. Maybe he just hasn't had access. He's just, he doesn't know about these things that have come up.
And
since
that's exactly
May
what I
of
was going to say.
Okay.
Yeah, that's exactly, because, this tells me that he hasn't still read anything. He's sticking to the limited information he had, because he's never gone back and even answered the questions he didn't know from before, which he easily could.
Yep. Let's see what he's got to say here.
He met with some higher ups in the film industry, and it seemed to be going, but it also stalled. He just seemed like it wasn't moving fast enough for him. Financial
It's
issues.
stalled. There's nothing that's stalled. I mean, this is why Sophia has said, like, all this guy is saying is based on
the documentary and the death of a dystopian. Yeah.
Right, because he's not looked into, okay, well, that's what they say, but as a detective, as somebody who wants to look into what the truth is, someone who has hired, you're not hired to just repeat whatever they say. What okay, so this is what they say. Okay, cool. Start there. Don't end there. Did you find anything? Did you look into anything else that may have said, you know what, maybe that is not true? I don't know.
Issues have to always be looked at in the case of a possible suicide. And in this case, a possible murder suicide. We're still on victimology, right? And I talked about David. Talk about his wife. She was born in Saudi Arabia and lived in Pakistan until she was 17 years old. She met David in Texas while he was stationed there in the army. And they married after only 6 weeks.
And this is nothing new. Okay? Dan Hennett knew all of this. This is nothing new that we have not gained. Think about that. This is all stuff that people within the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group had already discovered, had already shown, had already, talked about. Nothing new. What new information does Kenneth Maines bring to this case? And I could tell you, nothing. Nothing new. All he is going to do is regurgitate all of the things that the great investigators of this case that have looked into this, that they found. He's going to regurgitate that. He's going to comment on the things that he thinks are not true, including, the government did it, blah, 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 all that stuff. There is nothing new Kenneth Maines brings to this discussion. For $7,000, what does he bring to this discussion that is new, that is relevant? Nothing.
Nothing.
He's a hack.
He's
He's
only
full of shit.
Yeah,
Do not hire this guy. Do
Yeah,
not hire Kenneth Maines if you want to look into the investigations. That's my view.
Yeah, he's only looking at everything
my
that's
opinion.
negative that those people were talking about David. He's not looked at anything. He's not done an investigative approach. He's done an opinion approach.
Which is based on what?
His opinion and the thoughts of others. Not the truth, not the evidence, just based on what people have said.
Yeah, which is fine. I mean, if he was hired to just, okay, I'm going to give you my opinion based on everything, based on the information that I have now. Okay, cool.
But that wasn't the understanding. I mean, the whole understanding was that he was going to look at this case and investigate it and then give his thoughts based on that investigation. There's no investigation going on. He's taking, quips off of a stupid sloppumentary and off of really badly written, internet articles that skew David as a person of a certain type, and he's run with that, and that's all he's doing is putting together information that backs up that thought. It's sickening.
Yeah.
I mean, I really don't even know if we need to do a second part of this video because
we're only 20 minutes.
I know, and we're
Oh, good God.
20 minutes here.
I know. I have to feed my family soon, so.
Yeah.
Oh, is that another commercial?
No, we got a few other
More
ads
money.
Here. All right.
Oh, cha-ching. Must be nice.
You can't get to know somebody in 6 weeks.
No shit.
They had one child.
You can't get to know somebody in 6 years. You'll be given so many opportunities to get to know David Crowley, but you can't, and you won't, and you're not interested because you're a lazy, investigative cuck.
Which I talked about earlier, Renaya. She knew how to fire a gun. That's important because they died of gunshot wounds. And that was evident as she was shooting at a target on a home movie that I had watched in order to get familiarized with this case and look for clues. During David's relentless pursuit of making the Gray State movie, she was by his side every step of the way. Some say
Okay,
that she
can you
took
pause
on
it for a
David's
second?
personality and
the other people, I'm trying to be very diplomatic here. The other people are using this particular photo as proof of David emotionally abusing Kamel. That is, it's a huge reach. I mean, because
How
she's a
can they do that?
dietitian. This is
They're
their
desperate.
proof. Yeah,
Desperate
they're
retards.
desperate. It's called desperation. There's no proof that David made her do this. This is her handwriting.
Yeah, she does. She look like she's being made that girl. She looks determined and happy.
I know.
She's posing for
Yes,
this.
exactly.
I
She
know.
doesn't
I
have
know.
to pose for this.
Like, look what I did. This is what I did. Oh my God.
Mm-hmm.
You
But
couldn't
this
make
is
that
their
woman-
proof.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I know. It's ridiculous.
Traits, meaning she didn't want to be social anymore, which she was previous. She had anti-government stances to the point where
With
her
this
friends actually said-
anti-government stances bullshit
She
comes
never said
in.
anything.
This is
against the
crazy.
government.
Yeah, there's no.
Okay, we're just going to have to continue at a different day because
I think so. I think so.
this is like 4 hours too much.
Okay. All right. Let me go 2 more minutes, and then we'll.
said to her, "You sound just like David talking." It's my opinion that David's beliefs were also soaked in by her. Even though most described
And
her as
the
a free
thing
thinker,
I
she
love-
was obviously dedicated to David and they were a team. Kamel,
This all goes back to that pack theory thing. So yeah, let's go ahead and stop it here, because now we're getting into the pack theory.
Yeah, and before we close this out, I do want to make this one because that little snide comment about how she was just saying what David wanted her to. When that friend supposedly said it to her, Kamel's response was, "What? You don't think I can think for myself?"
Right.
And then it wasn't long after that in the journal when they were trying to blame David for her quitting her job when David was taken by surprise, and she's like, "These people just can't think for themselves," and she got tired of it. She didn't want to put up with her crap. The woman was intelligent and she wasn't bullied by anybody, let alone her husband.
Yeah, and I kind of think like that's why David, why he married her.
Yes.
You know, as a man, I want to marry a strong woman. I don't want a weak woman.
Right.
Right. And if you want a weak woman, there's something wrong with you. That's my view. For any man who is like, they want a woman who is, they want a weak woman. Like, why the heck would I want that? I want a strong woman. That's going to make both of us stronger.
Yeah. And they were like the perfect match because, she would test him. He would test her. They fed off each other in many different ways, and he needed somebody who could stand next to him and stand up to him, and she did that.
Right. And that's I think that's what every guy wants. You want a guy, I mean, you want, as a guy, you want a woman that is going to, kind of point out your faults, that is kind of do that, but in a respectful way. I mean, you are a team here. So once you're a part of this team, anybody that is outside of that team, you're going to have issues with. There's going to be problems. All right.
Well, think about it. I mean, think about everything that they had endured throughout their short marriage. Mm-hmm. David being gone in the military, David being stop lost in the military, them moving, just up and moving back to Minnesota, which, number one, can be extremely stressful. And then you're like a new married couple, too, on top of this. And having a child right away, that can be extremely stressful. And it can also really hurt a family in some ways. I'm not saying every family, for those who like to misquote me. But I mean, just all of these things. And then he goes back to school. She's in school, getting her bachelor's. Was it bachelor's or master's? I can't.
I don't remember.
I think it
Yeah,
was bachelor's. Bachelor.
yeah, and she, all these things could have easily weighed down the marriage and could have easily stressed them out to the point where they just said, screw it, we're just going to get a divorce. It's just much easier. But they didn't. They stuck together. They were working through things, and you could tell that he loved her in the journal. You could tell that he respected her opinion, and that, I mean, there were parts in the journal where he was writing, I really hope that Kamel writes about this situation because it's important and we need to hear her opinion on it. And this was, I think, after one of the paranormal experiences, I think. But this was not a couple that didn't respect each other. I mean, I've been in a marriage where that went on. We were both military and there was a lot of struggles, and it just weighed down our marriage to the point. I mean, we had kids right away. I'm glad that we did, though. But it, once again, weighed down the marriage. I did not know my husband when I married him. And I say that because we got married within like a month. That should have been our first clue. But we were young. We were stupid. So,
Yeah, and Kamel had both a bachelor and a master's degree.
thank you.
Yeah,
So it was her master's that she was working on when they moved up
Yeah.
into Minnesota.
yeah, she had a master of public health and a bachelor of science in family and consumer services.
Wow.
So she was quite an intelligent woman, not somebody that, would be a wallflower.
Thank you for getting that.
You're welcome.
I just, if there was many opportunities for them to break up, to separate, to get divorced, but they stuck together and they were working through things. And from what I could read in the journal,
Those
from what I could see,
decisions or conversation about the rapture and David's excited interest in it only
We don't see
weeks
the
from
movie.
the incident
Great.
reinforces this belief to me.
Sorry. I was trying to pause it. And it kept,
okay.
it kept like playing. Sorry, it's okay.
Where's Sophia?
I'm right here. I'm
Oh.
just not using my camera because
Oh, okay.
I'm like lounging back here. I'm just trying to say that there were plenty of opportunities for them to break up. They had many. They had plenty of opportunities to where it would have been so stressful that David could have snapped at any second if that was what David was struggling with.
Right, but that's what they keep talking about. They keep making these assumptions about,
And my point is that it didn't happen. And they both were working in the end for that same goal.
Mm-hmm.
And that was to get out of Minnesota, to do the series, to live in California. We have proof of all this. And so anyway,
yeah,
we have proof compared
Yeah.
to assumptions.
Exactly. And so you have people who are kind of bringing in their own life, bringing in, their own problems with family, with marriage and everything.
Where are you, Greg? I don't see you.
You don't see me?
No. I only see my face, but I don't see you.
Oh, that's because I have you featured here.
Oh, yeah. It would be nice if we could see everybody else.
Okay. Let me see.
Oh, you don't like the hot seat?
No.
No, you don't like. Oh, yeah.
There we go. That's better. Thank you.
Hot Catherine doesn't like the hot seat. Okay, all right. There you go. But yeah, so I mean, you have people who are just like it's more about them. It's not about David Crowley, right? So we will always bring our views into this case, but ultimately it's not about us. It is about what proves David Crowley did it or what proves he didn't. And there are so many people that are so invested to say David Crowley did this, and they can't bring any evidence, like why not be okay to say, you know what, maybe you were wrong, right? I don't know. I've had so many conversations with people that have said, you know what, I've looked at this case, I've looked at this group, I've looked at the other group, I've looked at that, and it's like there's just nothing there, right? There's nothing that shows that David Crowley did this. You have the police. So if you're going to say, well, I mean, the main thing to say that the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group is full of shit would be to say, well, the police say they're full of shit. The police don't say that. The police cannot discount what the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group are saying. We are saying it's very, very clear, right? It's there to look at what proves David Crowley did this, what proves he is innocent. And when you really break it down, it's like, man, they don't want to talk about that. They don't want to talk about what proves him innocent or proves David Crowley guilty. And unfortunately, this is kind of the same thing that I saw with Kenneth Maines. I mean, we're only 20 minutes into this, and I hope maybe next week we can come back and chat about this here too. But why would you believe David Crowley did this? Okay, what would you need to believe David Crowley shot his wife 2 times in the head, in the back of the head, like a motherfucker? He shot his wife and he shot his fucking child. He shot his 5-year-old child, okay? Can you imagine what it would take for investigators to believe that David Crowley shot his 5-year-old child in the fucking head?
It's insanity, and granted, they see that in other cases, but in this one, you have David under on a blanket over him that's under his wife. You have her sweater on top of his legs. You have his blood missing from the scene. You have his daughter's blood missing from the scene. You have bullets missing from the scene. You have David in his own words describing how much he said, God, I love this woman. And not to say that people don't say that. I'm not saying that. But there's no going into some weird deep depression. You see his internet searches, which are searches to finish, that go along with the screenplay that he was working on. There's nothing about anything deep, dark, and horrible. You see Kamel doing banking online. This is a normal family. People have got to understand, normal people don't go walking around, I'm looking at the internet and I'm getting stuff for myself, get up, walk up, pick a gun, and then start shooting people and then stage everything. And then, oh, wait, let me cover myself up with the blanket that you happen to be on top of. It's pure ridiculousness.
5-year-old child, 5 years old. You're going to kill your 5-year-old child? Every parent should understand. Maybe Kenneth Maines doesn't have any children. A 5-year-old child. Do you understand what it takes to kill a 5-year-old child? And do investigators understand? And they do. The Apple Valley Police, they understand exactly, because they have children. They understand exactly what we're talking about. And their silence is not compliance in any of these things that we are seeing. A 5-year-old child was killed. Okay, let's start there. Okay, whatever you want to say, to kill a 5-year-old child, that child deserves a proper investigation. Not only a proper investigation, but a proper reinvestigation and a reinvestigation of the investigation. Okay, and the Apple Valley Police Department has not given us that. That is why you have so many good people out here. That is why you have Catherine. You have Sophia. You have Dan. You have William Wright. You have so many people out there because a 5-year-old child was brutally murdered, was killed, was shot in the head. You're going to shoot a 5-year-old child in the head? Why don't we talk about that? Why Kenneth Maines isn't talking about that.
Right.
This is what we are talking about. This is why we are here. Yeah, we're gonna talk about all these other cases. We're gonna focus on all these other cases too. A 5-year-old child was shot in the fucking head. Okay? Whatever you want to say about David or Kamel, if there was a pact or anything like that, a 5-year-old child was shot in the head. Where do you go from there? How do you not take that seriously? You can create memes about us and about other people, but that's what we're really talking about. A 5-year-old child was killed. Don't you want to understand? Don't you want to get to why she was killed? What happened with her? Doesn't she deserve? If you don't believe justice for David Crowley and family, don't you believe in justice for this 5-year-old child that was killed? Right? I mean, it baffles me because even though it was about David Crowley, which I'm not a fan of David Crowley, I didn't know Kamel or anything. A 5-year-old child was shot here, and you have all of these theories. And I'm talking about theories from people who are saying, well, the government did it. You guys don't care about this 5-year-old child. Oh, well, there was all this, stuff. There were these people that killed. I mean, come on. We're talking about, let's look at why this child was murdered here. Okay. Her arm was ripped off. Her arm is missing from the crime scene. It wasn't found at the crime scene, according to Detective Gummer. It's missing. Nobody knows where her arm is. Her arm is a cold case, Kenneth Maines. Everything that happened to her is a cold case. I haven't heard Kenneth Maines talk too much. We're only 20 minutes in, and we're going to come back next week and talk about this more. But the focus is not on this 5-year-old child here. And if you start with that, then you can kind of build on that. But there's a lot of people that are not starting with that because they want this case to be gone. They don't want us to even talk about this. So I'm hoping we can come back next Sunday and continue, because we're only 21 minutes in here, but I haven't seen a lot about Rania. I haven't seen a lot about this child, this 5-year-old child that was killed, and that they did not find the bullet that killed her until a couple days later, only
That
because
wasn't the
of the
bullet
claim.
that killed her.
Oh, well, we
If
can
you
talk
look at
about
the
that too.
DNA, it's not.
It's not.
Yeah, we can talk about that too.
Yeah.
Any final words?
I'm disappointed. So disappointed in Ken Maines. And again, to set the record straight, this has nothing to do with having a difference of opinion and seeing things differently from someone who has looked at and investigated this case. This is having an issue with someone who takes the opposing view based on conjecture and opinion of others without any investigation. He didn't compare reports. He didn't look at the DNA. He didn't look at the ballistics. He didn't look at anything. He just watched a documentary. I have a problem with that. That's all I have to say for now.
All right. Sophia, any final words?
As long as this case remains unsolved in regards to, David's, as exceptionally cleared, excuse me. As long as it remains that way, I will continue to fight for this case until my very last breath. And I just want everybody to know that even if we're quiet and we're not posting in the group, we are always looking at this case, always. And so I hope that this year brings us some good news in regards to the David Crowley case and Kamel and Verania. And we are working on a book collaboration. So I'm hoping that it will be released soon. And the information that's in that book, even though we're writing it, all the information is in the reports. And we back everything up that we say with the reports. So I'm very excited for everybody to get a copy once it's done, because we have some good stuff coming up. And so I just want to wish everybody who is listening to us a happy New Year's. And we are continuing to fight for this case. We always fight for this case, always. Right, Catherine?
Amen. Couldn't have said it better. Thank you, Sophia.
Thank you. Greg?
Yeah, that's it. So until next time, and come back Sunday, and we're only 20 minutes into this, so yeah, I think we'll have more time to talk about this. Thank you, everybody, for joining us, and always appreciate everybody, and definitely let's keep this case going. God bless you all. Amen.